Happy 12/12, everybody. That's the alarm for 12/12. And this is Nimbus. Hi, buddy. Thank you for being here. This is a fun introduction to the show. Oh, he's purring like a banshee. Do banshees purr? I don't know. But if they could, this one would. Oh, look at him reaching for my finger. Look at him doing that. He's so cute. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is BrianEngelman. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. And this right here is I'm looking for it, TNAM Daily Show. Look at Nimbus. He reached for my hand. He reached for my arm. Look at, you see his paw? There it is. Well, double pause. So that's the TNAM Daily Show. I'm trying to point over here to put the New American Media logo up. Oh, there we go. Now I have a second hand where I can do that. Hey, buddy. Let's make today National Go Adopt a Shelter Cat Day. Nimbus wasn't at a shelter, but a neighbor did find him wandering the neighborhood and said, "Brian, there's a cat in the laundry room." I said, "Okay, Ronald." Guess I got a cat now, huh? And that was like a long time ago with this guy. A long time ago. And he was being cuddly a moment ago, so I said, "You know what? You're going to join me today. You are going to join me on the program." Let's set him down. There we go. Let's get this out of the way. Cats on desks. It's a whole thing. They kind of love it, folks. They kind of love it. All right. So on today's program, what an intro. A cat hair in my face. Having a grand time. Feel free to check out the earlier show that we did, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Special guest Zach Barris, talking about all sorts of things. Bernie Kosar had a life-saving liver transplant, and we shared on X the GoFundMe for Bernie and for the family. The family of the Browns fan who passed away. And that liver has now been given to Bernie Kosar. We shared that link on the show and talked about Myles Garrett. Can he get the sack record for the Cleveland Browns? The Cleveland Guardians' successes from last season and what they should do in the offseason. Now the free agency is starting. Kyle Schwarber's visiting the Pirates. The Pirates, they're going to be buyers at the free agency period. You got to do something to capitalize on having Paul Skeens. That's kind of like the same thing going through the front office minds about Myles Garrett and the great defense. It's like, can we just get some decent offense? We'd be winning a lot of games with decent offense. This defense is fantastic. Hello, Danette, saying I'm grinning. He's a cutie. Well, I'll just assume you're talking about Nimbus. All right. On today's program, health subsidies to Americans directly. Oh, Trash Panda. Now, Bill Clinton had a sack record. Well, Bill Clinton is definitely in the news right now. You wonder why you wonder why the Trump administration has seemingly been, I don't know, pushing off, getting some distance between itself and the Epstein stuff. You wonder why it seems like he's running cover, maybe for the Clintons. Maybe for the Clintons? It's hard to tell. It's either the Clintons or it's Israel. Or it's just none of the above. But of course, we have updates on that as well. Yes, Danette, I know you meant the cat. Or did you? I do know that you meant the cat. But I'm going to make jokes otherwise. Yeah, I mean, he'll like, you cuddle him up in one arm and he's, I don't know. It's very sweet. It's super sweet. Big fan of him. All right. What else are we talking about today on the program? ICE deportation sweeps. They are in Charlotte. Operation Charlotte's Web. Great name. Hey, we're finding trafficked kids. That's good. Bill Maher and Patton Oswalt are sparring over common sense reality in politics and a whole bunch more. So without further ado, let's jump into today's program. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show on X, share the show on Facebook, copy the link, share it through text, invite some of your smart friends to join the program. And we're going to be a bunch of good little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, trying to separate fake news from fact on today's episode of the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Quick reminder. Where do I scroll to do this? The cat. It just still says the cat. Brian the Cat Engelman. I've been called worse. I've been called a synonym for cat. Brian the Synonym Engelman. Trash Panda, been missing you, Danette. Trash Panda says. Question is, does Danette have earbuds yet? You have a bit of a chronic losing your earbud situation going on. Yeah? I believe that's what you said. All right. Well, yeah, and that was going to be, I almost made this the topic of the day. Checkmate Trump, ? Something along those lines. But in a way, I'm tired of headlining things about Epstein, and I did just have an Epstein headline yesterday, so I didn't want two in a row. But it could have easily been. That whole blast package. Remember the blast package? Bill Clinton had a sack record. I mean, Come on. That's solid. I'm on speaker. Who's on speaker? At least I'm not on mute. Am I in speakerphone? Oh, no. Sorry. You mean the show is on speaker. Okay, cool. Excellent. You work from home now. Congrats. Is that going well? I remember you were, there was a thing that you were sifting through. Hopefully you've ended up in a spot that's amiable to your situation. That is the hope. So yeah, I did a show earlier today. Please check it out, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. And then today at 6:00, we're going to be doing another episode of Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, as Jim Mitchell and Ezrael Robinson. Please check out Strictly Football here on the TNAM Network. Yeah, working from home is awesome. What do I do here? But part of my work is definitely putting tip jars out if you enjoy my bartendering. We do have super chats and Rumble rants and subscriptions on YouTube, Rumble, and Patreon. Great ways to show some appreciation, as well as PayPal. That's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen if you want to just press pause and shoot something over, or Venmo and Cash App at BrianEngelman. So let's get into the news, shall we? Let's start off with our Instagram stories, and then we're going to bounce over to our X feed. Oh, that was new. All right, here we go. This is Ben Berkwam, and a conversation about Epic City or Epic Warning. Steve Bannon here on Real America's Voice, War Room, volume.
I was just in where this new proposed Epic City.
And this is where you guys are in Texas, right? Danette, you're down there. John, Marion, you're down there. We get a lot of Texas watchers, don't we now? Epic City. Thoughts on Epic City?
Is planned to be. Now they're calling it the Meadow, but people don't realize there's already an Epic City. It's called Plano, Texas. Many parts of Texas have already been taken over by jihad. And this is what's scary to me is you go to these places. I was just down there in Josephine, and you go to some of the neighbors, and they are terrified. They're either terrified or they've already left. And so there's this movement, and this all goes back to the left, radical left in America.
I was thinking about this. Okay, so Dearborn, Michigan, Plano, Texas, these places that have becoming Islamified. What does that mean? It's not just like, okay, well, you're a Christian, you're a Baptist, you're a Catholic, you're a Lutheran, you're a Protestant, you're Reformed, you're this, you're that. And it's like, I have my version of things. I got, there's certain things I'm into and certain things, whatever. That thing, the Islamification is, I am here. I want the largest family possible to multiply, to create more of me, to take over this area. And then we want to take over more area and then take over more area until the entire planet is the way that we want things to be. That's not melting pot. That's not tolerance. That is a suicide pact. That is guaranteeing a collapse of the country that allows people in that are not showing up to assimilate. Oh, there's no borders. Let everybody in. No. You do not come in here and change the culture. You do not turn this into a narco state. You do not turn this into an Islamified 7th century civil rights violating I don't even know how to finish that. Sharia laws are not compatible with U.S. laws. We know it. All we have to do is identify it, discuss it, name it. But what do you do about it? Ben Berkwam is saying the neighbors are terrified or they've moved away. So it's okay. So they win and then they win and then they win and then they win. Then you have London. You have all of the UK. They've been invaded by military aged men. organized by who? Obama, the UN. Pick your favorite jihadi. Did you just call Obama a jihadi? Well, you tell me who was funding ISIS. You tell me where that was coming from. John McCain and Obama and, oh no, moderate rebels are being armed. Oh, are they? Are you arming both sides so that the bankers can get rich? One of the tales as old as time. The forced migration, resettlement, invasion. Remember, immigration without assimilation is an invasion. So to all you open border people, grow up. There is no such thing. You have guidelines, you have rules and regulations within your place. You have every right to run your HOA how you want. And if people are trying to become U.S. citizens, there are pathways you must go through. But then go through the pathways. How does that deal with taqiyya? That's in Islam where they lie to your face and they hate you and want to change you and overthrow you. And then take money from you or end you. Yeah, but that's not all of Islam. Oh. Then you unpack that one for me. I got nothing to add to that. You unpack that for me. How much risk are you willing to take that the people who are coming in to change your city, to change your state, to change your country? Think of the squad: Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. Now, there's probably a couple others. Do these people represent America? Do these people represent the values of the people of that state? Or did they figure out how to take over specific areas with their enclaves, their voting blocks, to fundamentally transform the United States of America into something it never was and never will be? What do you do? How do you stop it once it's there? How do you reverse course? What does that look like? I don't know. We know the Affordable Care Act doesn't work. What's the alternative? What's the plan to stop the out of control expenses? I don't know. What is it? What is the plan? I'm all ears. Very scary for Texas, says Marion. Oh, it certainly is. Very, very scary for Texas.
Weaponizing the media against people that speak up, saying, you know what, if I don't want the Muslim Brotherhood in my neighborhood, well, now somehow I'm a xenophobe.
Or a racist, or a transphobe, or a sexist, or a misogynist, or a ist, or a phobic, or this, or oh, name call, name call, name call. I'm pro-American. The stuff that's antithetical to that, and that's anyone pushing any Sharia, that's antithetical. Oil and water does not blend. America is not your melting pot. America is a place that you come to participate in being American. You want to be a foreigner bringing foreign ideas and foreign policies and foreign ideals and foreign laws to fundamentally transform our country? Sorry, country's full. Go back. What? It's my right to overthrow your way of life. It ain't your right to do that. It ain't your right to do that. It's our right to repel invaders who are trying to change our way of life. Our way of life. Are you talking about men? You're so sexist. No, I'm talking about Americans. Oh, you're talking about white people. No, I'm talking about Americans. Yeah, but there are plenty of Islamic Americans. Okay. Dinette says we have a multifaceted war against us, and it's not just the military-aged men. It's also Israel, the devaluation of our dollar, and so much more. Oh, I mean, it's all systems go. We're out of the warning stage. We're into the hot phase. It's here. The blob has arrived. I can't believe you call immigrants blobs. Shut up. I'm hearing that little voice of like the triggered lib on my shoulder. People pushing anti-civil liberty garbage is a blob, yes, regardless of where you're at. regardless of where you hail from. It's not just one place. It's not just one religion. America is supposed to be a tolerant place of people who are going to respect the American way of life, not tolerant of people who are trying to screw us over, steal from us, overthrow us, replace us. We have no obligation to go down that path. No obligation.
There is this ideology that is a death sentence for our country if we don't wake up and have the courage to call it out and stand up and say our Constitution is set to give us freedoms. It's not set to slit our throats. And that's what's happening in Texas right now.
There you go.
Right now, the Democrat Party is controlled, and I like to use stools as an example, the three-legged stool of the Democrat Party.
Well, you got a three-legged stool, but you could have just stopped with stool. The Democrat Party is similar to stool. And here's a sample. Here's an example.
The most powerful, influential
stool sample. I'm calling them poop.
Forces in the Democrat Party right now are Islamic Jihad, communism, and the cartels. And all
that's an unholy trifecta.
three of those forces are driving the Democrat Party, and the Democrat Party uses them when it's advantageous to them. But it's not, you won't see, when I say the cartels lead them, you won't see the cartel out in front of them. What you have is the Catholic Charities out in front of them. Just like in Chicago right now, all of these protests being led by so-called clergy. That's the same clergy from Catholic Charities that was profiting off the trafficking of children under
Amen.
Joe Biden. So you see.
Thank you. The Catholic Charities, the Jewish Family Services, who, by the way, were very helpful with my foster child in Los Angeles. They made a nice donation. I think that donation was so that he could pay, God, I don't even remember how much it was. I think it was north of $500, close to $1,000 maybe. Trying to remember exactly, but it was a week at camp. That shit ain't free. And I remember Jewish Family Services did that. But yeah, a lot of people under the guise of compassion and fill in the blank with your positive superlatives. Catholic charities, Jewish charities, globalist charities, NGOs, you know. We got our Halloween mask and then we take our Halloween mask off. We are what we are. Making money off of this. Oh, there's a crisis. There's no crisis. Money is being taken from the sovereign citizens of the nation to replace the citizens of the sovereign nations with invaders. Uninvited invaders. Well, no, someone invited them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not the communities. No, see, this is all very high-level puppeteering. And you saw this ramp up under who? Barack Hussein Obama.
Send out
a chance to fundamentally transform the United States, if you will. Huh. Well, you're getting your wish now, aren't you, fancy pants?
Good-looking faces, but it's really the cartels that are behind it. And the same is true for the Islamic community. You have CARE go out there on behalf of the Muslim Brotherhood to try to neuter the truth about these groups. But that is who is leading the Democrat Party. We need to come to terms to that, and we have to understand there is no more compromise. It is defeat. One side is going to be defeated. It's either us or them.
It's either us or them. And yes, Islam is the blob. Its goal is a caliphate across the world. Now, you could say Christianity wants to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the true and only Lord and Savior. You can believe differently, and that's fine. See, I've never been taught to kill the infidel that doesn't believe in Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior who died on the cross and rose 3 days later in repentance and in payment for our sins, our stuff we're born with, our immorality, our inability to live perfectly. If you don't buy that story, I've never once been taught to destroy you, steal from you, or slit your throat. I've never been told that. Can you say the same about Islam? Well, no, it's not Islam. It's radical Islam. Is it radical Islam or is it honest Islam? How do you want to define it? There's a question of the day in the comments section. QOTD. The type of Sharia law promoting, civil liberty violating, conquer the earth and destroy anyone who gets in our path type of Islam. Is that radical Islam? Or is that honest Islam? Type it in the comments. Because after 9/11, it's like, no, you can't like cast a broad net over everybody in Islam. Not everybody's like that. It's just a small select group. It's just the radicals. There's only radicals. We're not talking about Islam. We're not talking about Muslims. We're talking about radicals. But when you read the holy writings, what's radical about reading what's printed? What's printed is a guide for war. What's printed is a guide for a caliphate to conquer every human through subjugation, slavery, threats, or ultimate warfare. Trash Panda says, it's all the same, and you consider it evil. Marion says, I think it's honest Islam, not radical. It's just honest. We didn't write these words. So what do? How do you reverse course? Can you reverse course? And if so, how?
Yeah, just real quick on Texas. So I was just in where this new proposed Epic City is planned to be. Now they're calling it the Meadow. But
okay, that was the beginning of the clip. So we got a few stories on this topic today. Charlie Kirk. Okay, somebody took him off of the earth. So I'm going to share more about him. He says, why don't we
talk about Islam, actually?
Right. Talk about Islam.
The religion of a billion people, that many of whom are taking over the entire European continent.
And can we put to bed when you say that word to say, oh, the religion of peace? Can we please put like that? That is officially retired, right? Whoever came up with that marketing strategy, that's done, right? That's never spoken without laughter or pushback anymore. That's like saying the Cleveland Indians, the franchise of competence. There's nothing competent about the Cleveland Browns franchise. Yes, we had a good draft last year. Sitting at the season 2-8. Terrible. No, but it's not a peaceful movement. It's a military ideology. It's a political strategy of domination cloaked in religion.
And we're about to have a Muslim mayor of New York City, and we have no idea what they believe or what it is. And so should Christians care about this, Nathan? I mean, some pastors say, well, they believe different stuff than we believe. And how should we think about Islam?
You should read how the first 1,000 years of pastors and thinkers in the church, like the patristics, how they thought about Islam. It's actually pretty shocking because Islam hasn't really changed all that much. It's still very militant. I think that
I'm sorry, I don't know who this person is that's speaking. It doesn't say in the comments, but this is shared from the Charlie Kirk Show, 1776. I don't think it's a official account. I don't know. End of the day, you want the cliff notes, you want the bullet points. I see Charlie Kirk stuff, I press play. I throw it in the stack and we share it. Because fuck you. You don't get to take him off the chessboard. You don't win. No. I'm not going to stop showing Charlie Kirk content. I'm going to show more Charlie Kirk content. We all need that ideology. David says, any form of it doesn't make any sense about Islam. Danette says, that's exactly where we are now. They'll label us who stand up against this as radicals too. Oh, yeah. Look at the gaslighting of the third Obama term. They called it Biden-Harris. Make no mistake, that was Barack Hussein Obama, third term. Up was down, left was right. Right was wrong. Wrong was right. Men can have babies. Islam is peaceful. The border's secure. We have health freedom. Like everything was just a lie. Almost everything out of the leftist mouth. Communist, Marxist, socialist, Democrat, globalist, whatever you want to call it. Trash Panda wants to get the deportations up. And Danette says, this would be a good time to be a good ambassador of Christ. What does that mean exactly, if you could define that? A good ambassador of Christ. Anyway, the conversation continues about Islam always being militant. It hasn't changed.
That dismissing it as just another religion is naive. It is incredibly politically and ideologically and militantly driven in a way that, like, for example, Buddhism is just not. So not all religions are the same. So
not all religions are created equal. I've never been, not once have I ever been instructed in Christianity to wage warfare, to go conquer and destroy my enemies, to take a single-digit aged bride. Not once have I gone through any teachings that have given me any ideas like that. Not once. That's the Christianity I know. That's the Christianity I defend and support and align with.
So it's naive to kind of classify, it's a religion, and it just goes in this clause. It's like Islam is not like that. I think it is a political ideology that it's a religion, political ideology that is inseparable from those two things, and it's militant.
Okay, why don't we talk about Islam, actually?
Right.
All right. Charlie Kirk. Sean Ryan here. For the first time, Charlie Kirk's head of security goes public in an exclusive sit-down with Sean, breaking down the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Heard that bullet slap him.
Oh, there's music. He says, I jumped down on top of Charlie. I was on him, almost face to face. When I was doing that, I went down. I could see the wound. I immediately shoved my hand into the wound to stop the bleeding, and it was still coming out enough that it squirted through my fingers, and I could taste it on my lips. God. And we're pulling back away, thinking, damn, this is bad. We're doing pressure control there, and it's a carotid artery. You can't use a tourniquet. It's obviously, pray. You have 15 seconds, and from the time it happened to the time we were picking him up, some horrible realities of it too. When I jumped down on him, he had doll's eyes. I was like, man, these are wounds incompatible with life. You know. Oh, there's a comment. Violating that gag order like a boss. A lot of the comments are asking about the blood. What do you guys think about the blood? They're all saying, where's the blood? Where was the blood? It's weird when they're carrying Charlie to the car, there wasn't blood on anyone. What is the story with that? They said no one had blood on him. No one tried to save Charlie. No one tried to take the EMT kit when they tried to hand it to him. They were putting Charlie in the SUV. A lot of questions need to be answered. They're saying show the footage from behind that you took. No blood anywhere to be seen. Eye contact says it all. I'm just running through comments. Moments like these, I wish Sean would ask more questions. None of these guys had any blood on their hands as they were moving to the SUV. He had zero blood anywhere, even on his white shoes. The story doesn't match what we've seen. This person, pretty sure Sean is a controlled op, and this interview just proves it. No one believes the narrative. They're saying Charlie ain't gone. No one in the security detail or his friends flinched. Nobody ducked. They knew they weren't in danger and it wasn't an active shooter. That's all they're going to say. Anyone who saw the video could see it oozing out, the blood, extremely quickly. I think they lied to give people hope, but I doubt he was alive more than a few seconds after it. Asking him, what did you hand off to that other person? Good acting, good script, probably funded by the U.S. and written by Israel, because yes, Israel will get blamed for everything. So yeah, lots of comments about the blood. Guy had meta glasses, recording camera angles, no footage available. The whole thing is sus. You could tell he was gone before he even hit the ground in that first video they put out. I was driving a truck at work, and my coworker showed me a video. And the first thing I said is, he's gone. If he isn't, it's a miracle. I don't understand why there's so much conspiracy surrounding it. Like, where was the blood? Why wasn't everyone covered in blood? Where was the exit wound, folks? We don't live in a video game or a movie. There are 5 liters of blood in the average person's body. That's 2.5 large plastic soda bottles. If you lose 1 bottle of soda's worth of blood, you're gone. Your heart can't pump it anymore. When the artery is completely severed, it doesn't spray. It gushes. When a bullet hits soft tissue, it doesn't make it explode. It stretches and jiggles. This is getting graphic, but I'll wrap it up on this one. It dumps a lot of energy in soft tissue. If he was shooting his grandpa's old Mauser, 30-06, it was probably using lead soft points. They dump all the energy and deform or break up upon impact. Says he worked at a butcher shop during hunting season and have picked dozens of 30-06 bullets out of rib cages on deer. If your round goes through the deer, it means you have energy that wasn't transferred to the target, so they designed them to do that. It could stop in a neck very reasonably. Well, that was a well thought out response, and so I'm sure they'll get ratioed. Where was the required ambulance on standby? Something's wrong in this situation. Is Sean a plant? It's a new day. What do we think? What do we think of Charlie Kirk? What do we think of the situation? What's our latest? Any new questions? Any new revelations? Danette explains, leading with the teachings of Christ, exactly where we are in our relationship with Christ. Treat everyone like we want to be treated. Let the seeds be planted. It's not on us to make sure that they grow. Yeah, I remember Glenn Beck used to talk about something similar, and he would say, it's my job to wake people up. I got to wake people up. And it's like he said, he changed tune at some point during the housing crash era. He's like, get on, don't get on. I don't care. I'm talking to the people that are with the program. You come find me when you're ready. I can't spend all my time convincing you to hop on the boat. Like the shore is about to fall apart. Like, jump on while you still can. You don't want to jump? You don't jump. Swim out to me if you can. But we got to get going. Who is Yo-Yo Ma? Kenneth dropping a Yo-Yo Ma. What is tungsten or wolfram? That is correct. Okay, ICE is discussing a new operation here. It's going to be saving kids. Did you vote for this? I voted for this.
Fox News alert, ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children that the Biden administration placed with unvetted sponsors, some of whom were sex traffickers, gang members, and abusers.
Oh my God.
The Trump administration has already located more than 24,400 children, and some of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking, like this one. A 1-year-old unaccompanied minor crossed the border during the Obama administration. That little girl is now 12 years old. During her 11 years in America, she lived with a series of relatives and endured horrifying abuse. According to Fox's Brooke Taylor, she was found in the custody of 2 sisters who have now been arrested. The 12-year-old was found, quote, with injuries all over her body, extreme malnutrition, and an infected gash on her head, and zip ties around her wrist. Among those who abused this innocent child were her one. Fox News alert, ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children.
Oh, sorry, there's that second part here.
Time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in
Distant uncle abusing him.
2024, despite being an illegal immigrant with a criminal conviction. That sponsor, that alleged abuser, was given temporary protected status by the Biden administration. Why? Here is video that Brooke Taylor obtained of the Trump administration arresting that man just yesterday. This is just one of the nearly 500,000 children that the Trump administration is seeking to protect. And this operation comes after the administration announced that Operation Dirtbag, conducted in partnership with the state of Florida, resulted in the arrest of 230 criminal illegal immigrants, including 150 sexual predators. Here was Deputy ICE Director Madison Sheehan announcing that development.
In just 10 days, we've been able to remove, in partnership with the state of Florida, over 230 of the worst heinous criminals from their streets.
Our time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in 2024.
Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you that that is the criminal illegal aliens who they have let run free in our communities, but not this group of law enforcement. We know that it's the children that is our job to protect. Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you.
Operation Home for the Holidays.
Too much music. I would love to lead a revolution that will change. Go ahead and pull a Rupar on me. Clip that out of context. Brian wants to lead a revolution. So you say you want a revolution. Well, you know. Copyright claim. You sang a second of a song by the Beatles. I'd like to lead a revolution in how we handle copyright disputes with music, with Recording Industry Association of America, ASCAP, BMI. It's a world I used to live in. I worked at the world's largest talent agency in the Music Central department, worked in the contracts department, worked on several different desks, all that jazz. There's got to be a better way than how YouTube's handling this. Has to be a better way. I still feel like this ICE charade is a cover for the real child abusers, which is the deep state and everyone on the Epstein list. Can you elaborate on that? The ICE charade. Can you elaborate on that?
Was a U.S. Marshals led.
Okay, I can't with the music, but as part of Operation Home for the Holidays, FBI Jacksonville and our partners located or recovered 122 children across Florida and in 9 other states, ranging in age from 23 months to 17 years old. A portion of these youth disclosed experiences relating to various types of abuse and proximity to other criminal activity. On Friday, this from Toria Brook. All these are from Toria Brook. On Friday, federal authorities apprehended a man in El Campo after an event on Wharton Street led law enforcement to a Roberts Street residence.
Get out. Show me your head. Show me your head. Lights. I'm good. I'm not fed. I'm not resisting.
You're not resisting.
My medicine. And I got bad shoulder.
He's got
Kenneth, by the way, as I'm scrolling in the comments, someone's asking if have you been seeing Army and Navy choppers all over Florida? Have you seen any of that? Fighter jets too, lots of choppers. Is that normal? Just ear to the railroad track. Someone commented that. Curious if you've seen any interesting aerial activity, Kenneth. There you go. DHS and ICE agents attempting to execute an immigration warrant on 41-year-old Victor Reveles pursued him when he fled on foot, abandoning his truck and trailer. He presented them with his medication. The people inside, not him, demanded to see a warrant.
He don't have any. No son. I don't have a son. I have my 2 daughters.
My boyfriend is in the room. He's sleeping.
There's a boyfriend sleeping in the bathroom.
He's in the
In the room.
The bathroom.
The last door to the right.
on the right-hand side.
Why don't you guys sit on
Can you show us the warrant? Can you show us the warrant? There, he's not in that room, sir. He's in the last
room to the right.
Last room. Calm down. See my room. Sit down, please. He's not gonna bite you.
Just watch out.
Another man inside is removed from the house as well and then questioned.
Anything to do with this, y'all? You are stupid.
Rapper Nicki Minaj.
This from Fox News. Nicki Minaj joins Ambassador Mike Waltz. Look at that at a conference highlighting the persecution of Christians in
Is set to
Nigeria.
speak alongside U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Mike Waltz at a conference addressing the persecution of Christians in Nigeria. Waltz saying, quote, "I look forward to standing with her as we discuss the steps the president and his administration are taking to end the persecution of our Christian brothers and sisters." The conference coming after Minaj thanked the Trump administration for designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
It's a very particular concern, but man, Fox is really going heavy with the music here. I might not be able to play this either.
For religious freedom violations. So far this year, more than
7,000 Christians have been killed in 2025. That's not acceptable. This is Islam killing Christians. Islamists attacking Christians. 125,000 killed since 2009. That's atrocious. Larger than the Ohio State Buckeyes Stadium. 19,000 churches burned since 2009. There's your genocide. No, the real genocide's in Gaza. In Gaza, you're seeing a war play out because the Gazans started a war. Nope, it's a genocide. Okay. 19,000 churches burned in 16 years. More than 1,000 churches a year have been burned. A mosque a week is going up in Texas. What do you think is happening here, people? And what is the plan? What is the plan? What does it look like?
have been murdered in the West African country. Rapper Nicki Minaj is set to speak. The president.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins talking about China doing new stuff.
Has said over and over that he will not leave our soybean farmers and frankly our farmers in general out in the cold on this. He has been absolutely resolute and almost a dog on a bone making sure that our soybean farmers and other farmers are at the top of all these trade deals, and certainly Secretary Bessent has as well. So I listened with interest to Scott over the weekend with you and last week, saying we're still very confident that when the Chinese committed to buying 12 metric tons that they are going to do that, 12 million. And so I see that moving forward. They have begun to buy a little. I think the nervousness comes in is that 12 million is a lot, and we've already, I think, just got about 330,000 out. But we'll get there, and I think the president has said over and over his relationship with President Xi is very strong. Secretary Bessent, we're going to get that deal signed. It's not even signed yet, and then we're off to the races. So I think
Secretary Rollins saying beef prices will come down by spring. How much is beef where you're at? It's like $8.99 for a pound. Is it a pound or 2 pounds? It's 1 pound. of organic grass-fed beef, ground beef. Yeah, beef prices coming down sounds fantastic. My understanding before, I haven't heard a lot of people discussing it recently, but my understanding was that part of the reason why the beef prices are so high are because of processing plants. We need more places. Like that guy in the comments that said I worked processing deer and I had to remove many 20-06, shell casing or rounds from the deer. My understanding is that it was that we need better processing facilities. If that's the case, let's get on with it. Why can't we build some more of those? And part of it's probably going to be unwinding 12 years of chaos caused by Obama and his cronies trying to demonize meat. All the green initiatives that they've been pushing. $8.99 for you as well. All right. Well, I don't feel so bad then. Really need to get like a quarter cow and just get a standalone freezer. That might be the way to go. What is this? Who is next? Comey, Ray, Pelosi. Who is next? David's always asking for the arrests. Where are the arrests? Christopher Wray, Nancy Pelosi. Who's next? Toria Brooks says Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has departed for the United States. This was yesterday, where he's likely to press for security guarantees and advanced weaponry. The Saudis want advanced weapons. Toria Brooks says, following the Trump model, UK Home Secretary Sabina Mahmood stated she is considering imposing sanctions against Angola, Namibia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mahmoud says that part of her extensive migration reforms, as part of it, she may impose sanctions on all citizens of these countries attempting to enter the UK if they do not improve cooperation in accepting back their deported citizens. Romania, the largest Christmas market in Europe, just opened in Craiova, spanning over 280,000 square meters. That's Romania. By the way, you better have some security detail against who? Oh, those peaceful people that just want to be peaceful and not attack Christians. Oh, wait, it's opposite day. You better have security. I could do without the music. Oh, that's cool. You got Santa flying in the sky from a zip line. It's better with music. You can't play it if there's music. Music does add. Yeah, well, where's the fragile leg lamp? It's not Christmas without a leg lamp. Can only play like 2 or 3 hits of the notes. Yeah, we've lost a little bit of wonder. I'd love to get some of that back. Yeah, can we do more of this in the United States, please? That looks cool. Insider paper says Donald Trump's would-be assassin Thomas Crooks appears to have used they/them pronouns, despite being only one person, on a website known for hosting pornographic furry material, according to the Daily Mail. Split personality disorder, perhaps? I don't know who. Kevin Cork. Is he one of the guys on the... Anyway, I'm already here, so read it. For I, the Lord your God, hold your right hand. It is I who say to you, fear not. I am the one who helps you. Isaiah 41:13. All right, that's the Toria Brooke Daily Drop. Is this a duplicate? Duplicate, yes. All right, here's Bill Maher correcting Patton Oswalt. I think I have a longer clip of this, so I'm going to skip past it and get to the longer one. All right, look, I think all of the lifting up rocks and seeing the worms underneath, trying to scour the bowels of the internet, it's all important. I appreciate Candace Owens, anybody investigating the Charlie Kirk situation. This girl here, she kind of sums up the Erica Kirk thing. What is this lady? It's Lily Kate. Not super familiar with her. Yeah, well, you're following her. I follow, like, if I find one story that I share or if something looks interesting, I'll follow a lot of the time. But this really is, thanks, Obama. Erica Kirk is getting dragged no matter what she does or what she doesn't do. And I think this is laid out pretty well.
She cries, she's acting. If she doesn't cry, she's not.
Doggone music. I really don't want to be the one to read this. But if I don't read it, that piano music's going to get me a copyright strike. Sorry, guys. I don't make the rules. I wish I did. So I would get rid of this absurdity immediately. If she cries, why is she crying? It's fake. If she doesn't cry, why isn't she crying? That's fake. If she hugs a friend on stage, well, they're obviously having an affair. If she wears leather pants, she's a fake, grieving widow grifter. As if mourning has a dress code. Most widows don't have the entire world laughing at them. Erica has been met with every single one of her actions, coming evidence of Candace Owens and others alike. Drag Erica into accusing her of being complicit in the murder of her husband, but Erica herself said, we're all trying to process this in our own way, and I appreciate that, but some grace would be nice. Nick Fuentes slammed Erica's leadership. I'm getting this vibe from her that she's very fake, a little gratuitous. Behind the rumors and behind the headlines, let me just go side by side here since I can't play it. But behind the headlines, there are kids, a community, and a widow who just had their lives uprooted. Grief is not a spectacle. It is completely human. By the way, Erica has been treated nothing but deplorable, despicable. Give her a little grace. I think that's kind of fair. All right, Libs of TikTok reporting, oh, here we go, Muslim students at DePaul University in Chicago. They're reporting this, that they choose to occupy their campus library to conduct their prayer, despite the university designating multiple prayer rooms in a mosque next door.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu liman hamidah.
What are the comments? Do we get any additional students were bothered and concerned? It's not a prayer, it's a passive-aggressive war. It's a show of dominance. It's a middle finger. It's a threat. It's a go ahead, try. We'll come after you if you try to stop us from doing this, and we're going to do it everywhere to intimidate you, to threaten you, tacitly, implicitly. We'll however you want to describe it. It's a threat. It's a warning, and it's a marking of territory. Is DePaul University a Catholic school? Isn't this intimidation? They're capturing territory, one room at a time, one city at a time. They have said this loud and clear. They are not hiding it. These are comments here. This is the act of aggression, not worship. Tim says, how many times do I have to say it? Our tolerance is their weapon. Walter, it's only going to get worse. Feisty, they will continue to keep pushing themselves on the rest of us as long as we continue to allow this. Big Dave says, Jesus is Lord. Super Magella says they need to be suspended. Sorry, this is disrespectful, especially since they have prayer rooms. They're doing it on purpose for negative attention and to provoke so they can play the victims. What a joke. Shout out to DePaulistan. JWAP says, Christ is the only God. Repent now. The university did what already for them? I've never heard of a university giving a safe space for Christians. William, isn't this a Catholic university? Kevin says, yeah, this is their middle finger. They do it. Feisty says they do it on purpose. How triggered would they be if others prayed from a different religion? They would be beyond triggered. So it's here. Also, the looming Epstein votes are here. Benny Johnson says release it all. Here's President Trump on his call for House Republicans to vote to make the Epstein files public. Here we go.
Urged House Republicans to vote in favor of this Epstein release bill they're going to vote on tomorrow. I just want to be super clear on your position. Do you want to see that pass the Senate? Would you sign that bill if it gets to your desk?
I do want to. Here's what I want. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. You look at this Reid Hoffman. You look at Larry Summers, Bill Clinton. They went.
Imagine being these people that are repeatedly being called out. Like, it's quite the TikTok thing going right now.
To his island all the time, and many others. They're all Democrats. All I want is for people to recognize a great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower, on energy, on ending 8 wars and another one coming pretty soon, I believe. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. So I'm all for it. You know, we've already given 50,000 pages. You do know that. Unfortunately, like with the Kennedy situation, with the Martin Luther King situation, not to put Jeffrey Epstein in the same category, but no matter what we give, it's never enough. You know, with Kennedy, we gave everything and it wasn't enough. With Martin Luther King, we gave everything and it's never enough. We've already given, I believe the number is 50,000 pages, 50,000 pages. And it's just a Russia hoax as it pertains to the Republicans. Now, I believe that some of the people that we mentioned are being looked at very seriously for their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein.
That's great about documents, but did you give the pertinent documents? And number 2, what about the videos?
But they were with him all the time. I wasn't at all. And we'll see what happens. What I just don't want Epstein to do is detract from the great success of the Republican Party, including the fact that the Democrats are totally blamed for the shutdown. You know, they cost our country hundreds of billions of dollars with that, at a lot of inconvenience. So I'm for I don't. They can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything. Sure, I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much, because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them. And it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax. And I don't want to take it away from.
Just the phrase hoax doesn't work. Was it or was it not blackmail? Why are we being told it's not blackmail? Of course it was. Wasn't it? Hasn't been described properly. Hasn't been articulated properly. Who's in the comments? Trash saying his voice sounds rough. Oh, yeah. He's been a very busy guy, and the weather's changing.
Really the greatness of what the Republican Party has accomplished over the last period of time. Yeah,
Mr. President, you urged...
I brought this topic up to somebody recently, and oh, did they have a negative reaction because a family member used EBT once. And if they ever did this to people, they would be out on Trump and out on MAGA forever. Really? I'll play this Steven Crowder clip for you in a second. Over to Danette. We were talking about the beef. She used to run a farmer's market, and our cattle ranchers couldn't afford it because too many of them are conglomerate owned and they charge them too much. Oh. When they try to open their own as a co-op, the regulations are so tight that most can't afford it. Rigged. And during COVID shutdown, they told my cattle ranchers not to process beef. Trash Panda. Santa doesn't use a zip line. He's a real man. That's true. Kenneth asked, does Santa Claus require an attorney? Yes. Lionel Hutz, Elf Squire will be representing him. That's kind of a stretch. Esquire into Elf Squire. But I tried. Yeah, his voice does sound rough. All right, here's Steven Crowder talking about the abuses of people taking all this EBT stuff, EBT funds.
Soldiers get MREs and they have to pay for them.
Soldiers get MREs and they have to pay. Hold on, why would a soldier have to pay for their MREs? I didn't serve, but you're telling me it's just not a mess hall? You don't have to pay for your food, do you? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Call me crazy. That's a world I don't know, but just go eat.
Why should someone who's able-bodied, choosing not to work, get anything better than our soldiers? Are you aware of, like, and this is SNAP, because you mentioned this is true. If you go to Amazon, right?
All right.
SNAP EBT, okay, right here. So I pay taxes, right? And there are a lot of Americans who work and pay taxes, who are poor, low-income Americans, right?
Yes.
Not on SNAP. You get 50% off your Prime membership. You get unlimited groceries for $4.99 a month. Let me show you what's in the groceries. Lavazza coffee, $25. Rockstar, Ghost Energy. Hey, let's go down to snacks and treats. When you say choice, these are...
And that's what I was saying. Watching that lady, that video fill up. Oh, my SNAP card's back. My EBT card's back. And it was an unboxing. There were like maybe 2 or 3 pieces of food in there, and the rest were appetizers and desserts. Garbage, junk food. Then I'm sure we got to pay for the overweight stuff, the heart disease stuff, the chronic health problem stuff. Santa's attorneys. Thank you for calling the law offices of Rudolph, Dancer, and Prancer. Oh, may I direct your call? But yeah, so the person I was talking to took great offense about military food. I'm like, well, if it's good enough for the military, yeah, well, you take away choice. It's like, well, they're opting into a voluntary program. You hear the phrase beggars can't be choosers. What are we even talking about? Entenmann snack cakes and energy drinks and sugary sodas and potato chips, all junk. Okay. Maybe my parents were a little stingier than some, but you know, getting appetizers and desserts, that was not always on the menu when we were going out. I always wanted to, but it added more to the bill. Why would we do that? Why is EBT allowing that? Shouldn't it just be eggs and meat and cheese and vegetables and fruit, and like you got to cook some meals, rice and beans, and make some chili? Like, just that's it. I think everybody needs to reapply for SNAP benefits. It's going to get interesting.
These are the choices right now that tax pre-filled pumpkin buckets of assorted Halloween candy.
Pre-filled pumpkin buckets of assorted Halloween candy. That is frivolous. That is not food. That is not necessary to keep people from starving.
Does that seem like helping someone with a tough break? And how do we make the case to low-income Americans that they should fund that? Because they are.
Well, a lot of them have children.
Okay. So do the people paying taxes who are working for a living.
Okay, that's fair.
Right? I mean...
okay, that's a fair point.
Because people say it's taken from the rich, given to the poor. And you look obviously very svelte, and I'm sure you know that obesity is a problem in the country. It doesn't affect you. Probably affects me more than you. I have some that I could lose. But the obesity rate for low-income women in this country, okay, who are not on SNAP, 40%. You know what it is for those on SNAP? 57%. So working class Americans...
17% more likely to be overweight if you're on SNAP.
Americans with kids not on SNAP, struggling, are paying to make other people fatter.
Fatter. Got to revamp the system, it seems. Got to revamp our relationship with Mexico, too.
We had to, would we do there what we've done to the waterways? You know, there's almost no drugs coming in through our waterways anymore. Isn't it down like 85%?
It is, sir. Absolutely.
I don't know who the 15% would be. It wouldn't be you.
No, that's for sure.
No, I think it's been
Tons and tons.
You would say that's a big signal.
Absolutely.
We have almost no drugs coming into our country by the sea, by, the waterways. And you know why, okay? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Would I do...
And by the way, on my sports show, we were talking earlier about how Cleveland, that's the sports, Indians, Cavs, Browns, Buckeyes, those are my teams, about how Cleveland is a border city. Doesn't sound right, does it? It is. Canada is on the other side of that lake, Lake Erie. That's a border city. 22 miles out, that's Canadian water. It's a border city. Canada's got a ton of problems. We touched on that on today's episode.
Do that on the land corridors? I would look, every boat we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. Not to mention the destruction of families. These families are decimated forever. The mother, the father, the children, they never recover really from it. When you lose somebody, like the way they live, if you lose them, but the way they die is horrible.
Is it something?
So when we knock out a boat and we save 25,000 lives, that's great. Now, do I feel the same way about the corridors that they use? We know every one of them. We have every one of those corridors under major surveillance. We have nobody coming in through our southern border. But we know exactly how they get their things here, how they get the drugs here. Fentanyl, cocaine. Colombia has cocaine factories where they make cocaine. Would I knock out those factories? I would be proud to do it personally. I didn't say I'm doing it, but I would be proud to do it because we're going to save millions of lives by doing it.
Would you only do it with Mexico's permission, though?
I wouldn't answer that question. I've been speaking to Mexico. They know how I stand. We're losing hundreds of thousands of people to drugs. So now we've stopped the waterways, but we know every route. We know every route. We know the addresses of every drug lord. We know their address. We know their front door. We know everything about every one of them. They're killing our people. That's like a war. Would I do it? I'd be proud to. I'd probably go into Congress and say, hey, and you know what? The Democrats and the Republicans would both agree, unless they're crazy.
They are.
And they are a little crazy on the Democrat side. But we have lost hundreds of thousands of people a year, death. And that's not talking about family destruction, that's talking about death. And much of it comes through Mexico. So let me just put it this way. I am not happy with Mexico. If we had to...
All eyes on Mexico and Venezuela and Gaza and Russia, Ukraine. And China and North Korea. That's just kind of my problem with America only. It doesn't take into factor that we've got to navigate a complex global situation with multiple neighbors, 4 different borders, northeast, southwest. This is very interesting. You heard about planes? Z-plane. In Charlie Kirk, remember there was that suspicious flight? Well, Candace has thoughts on flights. And this one in particular. This Egyptian plane. But more than 60 other instances where the planes, and somebody in particular, internationally maybe, where their locations overlapped. Is that something or nothing?
That she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica. Not Charlie, but Erica was the one being tracked by these planes. And indeed, it turns out that she was correct. She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erica's documented locations, okay? 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now 73 times that this overlapped, okay? And 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. Charlie was also present. And that's what I was stumbling upon when I was looking into this. I was like, why is this plane where Charlie is? The flights were majority clustered within 5 states: Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Delaware, and Utah. And it's a pattern that she believes is statistically not random. I'm telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet now. These are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica. And I'm also going to say this includes overseas as well, okay? So my instant question becomes, why didn't Turning Point acknowledge that this plane was familiar to them? When I was taking all of these figurative online bullets, someone could have easily said something, right? That's kind of a repeat thing in this investigation. Josh Hammer lies, I get attacked, Turning Point just stays silent. They know he's lying, but they allow the lie to flow. Alex Clark lies, I get attacked, I'm telling the truth. Turning Point knows it, but they kind of allow this like Catholic thing, the lie to flow. And the influencers are allowed to lie. Nobody at Turning Point ever just steps to clarify that I'm onto something or I'm telling the truth about something. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is indisputable. There is less than a 0.00000001% probability, okay, under random distribution models that these Egyptian planes coincidentally landed around Erica at these times. Like I said, this plane was not just with her in America. It was also tracking her overseas as well. I flagged this because I was alarmed because I thought it was tracking Charlie. And I'm telling you that this plane, in addition to Charlie and primarily actually was tracking Erica. Now, let's get to the day of the assassination. That she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica.
Oh, okay.
Not Charlie, but Erica was.
What do you make of this? In the comment section, question of the day. What do you make of what Candace is talking about? These 60 to 73 instances where it overlapped. And then she said it was about Erica, but then she said a lot of these were Erica with Charlie. I'm like, well, how do you separate that out? But what are your thoughts on that? Smoking gun of sorts? A whole lot of nothing? Interesting puzzle piece? What do you think? What do you glean from this? All right, so we had a story shared by Libs of TikTok about, oh geez, where was that other story? LaSalle? No, it wasn't LaSalle. It was DePaul. DePaul. Okay, so we're gonna go from DePaul to Purdue. University of Purdue University Northwest crashed a TPUSA meeting, mocks the students, and calls them racists? Huh? What's this officer's name? Or this professor's name?
Oh, you want to know what fascism means? Because I'll tell you. You guys want to know?
Yeah.
You have this society. Okay. So you have a situation here where you want to go into classrooms and you want to tell the faculty that they're not allowed to speak the truth about the history of this country. You want them to be, what's the word for slaves now? Volunteer, involuntary employees or involuntary workers. We can't even say slavery.
We're not
That's ridiculous.
wanting to impose on the teachers. We are wanting this to be within the students. And
But the students want to decide what history is.
No, we know what history is, actually. Yeah. Did you know that all of our founding fathers were actually Christian, and this country was formed on Christian values?
Yeah, why is this teacher in there harassing students? Freedom of speech for me, but not for thee. File formal complaints, each attendee. Og says always DEI. Well, I don't know that. I'd love to see her transcripts. I'm guessing not very strong. See, that's the danger of DEI. Then people start making accusations. Well, I bet you she's DEI. I bet you her transcripts suck. I bet you she sucks. I don't know how any leftist could be in favor of DEI, knowing that that's what happens in the real world. When you show people through your actions that you're going to hire less qualified people, everybody assumes that any non-oppressed person, not white, not Christian, not white twice, not straight. My whole premise is, it was so weird to say that out loud. It stopped me in my tracks. But that really is the only group that's allowed to be oppressed in 2025. But because of DEI, these comments are coming in claiming this person. Now, we're also looking at the actions. Like, what are they doing there? What are they? I didn't see anything egregious. But the conversation now, this is what happens when you allow less qualified people. Look, imagine if Major League Baseball said, look, hang on, let me keep our metaphors straight since I'm doing a football show today. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe, share the show, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, by the way. We are going to have a show upcoming this evening. That will be 6 p.m. Eastern, Strictly Football, with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. That's Strictly Football at 6 p.m. Eastern. But if the NFL said, look, we need to have more Indian, what does I say, referees in the NFL. Okay. Feather or dot? Both. Okay. And then you started finding out that more qualified referees with better grades for calling the plays accurately were being denied opportunities just to say, hey, we got a couple Indian fellas, a couple Indian ladies. We boosted our numbers. And then if they have a bad game, what do fans say? Oh, that's DEI. They didn't deserve that job. Didn't earn it. They were given that because they look a certain way. What are you hiring a competency-based role, a competency-based job based on looks? And that's all race and stuff is. It's all just, it's window dressing. It's irrelevant to the job. Shouldn't matter what melanin, what pigment, what you're working with in your pantaloons. Competency is all that matters. But when corporations, organizations like, say in this case, the NFL we have to have 50% of our refs need to be Indian by 2032. You go, why? Well, because they've been underrepresented for years. You're like, nothing against an advertising campaign to go try to get people to sign up for referee school, but it needs to be based on performance, not on skin color or where they were born. That's madness. What were the comments here? Sorry, I meant to get to that earlier. Kenneth wondering if Erica is up to something. Marion says, Candace, my jury is always out on her. And Kenneth always loves asking about Ray's cyst. Well, with this healthcare distribution to American citizens instead of insurance companies, maybe we'll get closer to learning about Ray's cyst. Perhaps. All right. Thomas Massey has thoughts on the Epstein stuff. Here it goes.
Depth of the evil I didn't understand until they spoke it, which was as 14-year-old girls, they were told by a friend at high school, come over to this old guy's house, give him a massage, and you can make $200. By the way, he's got a nice swimming pool and all this other stuff. All you got to do is give him a massage. The massage turned into something else completely, and he had their phone number, and then through the shame of it, he compelled them to show up at his beck and call whenever he wanted. And this is where it gets really evil. The only way they could get out of it, of showing up and performing sexual favors for Jeffrey Epstein, was if they found another girl at their high school who would do it in their place. One of the survivors broke down in tears because she admitted, she just said, listen, I was faced with finding a girl for him to take my place or going back there and doing that. and I found another girl. And so what happens is now, people are still doing this, even after they know these are 15-year-old girls who were coerced into it by an adult man. They're saying, oh, you were a sex trafficker. You trafficked these women. But they don't, I didn't really fully grasp how evil this is. Like, it's one thing to do evil things to people, but to make them do evil things. And then once he causes you to be implicated, then you don't want to come out, because then that's what happens to you. Now, there are people asking, well, why don't these women release the names? And the reason is these are billionaires like that. So what happened is Epstein, once they got to the age of consent, they weren't exciting to him anymore. And he would traffic them to his friends. What happens is those men who have been
pretty gross. Pretty gross. Hear the music, so I'll mute it. Why hasn't the media shown this? Graham Allen. U.S. Marshals and the FBI saved 22 missing children. God bless our boys in blue. Well, hold on. Wait. Now you can hear.
2 children this morning.
Okay, get up. Too much music. Finding 22 missing children. Good job. A lot more to go. Representative Anna Paulina Luna says Bill and Hillary Clinton are refusing to appear before House oversight for their depositions regarding Jeffrey Epstein. Notice how House Democrats suddenly have nothing to say about it. See how that shakes out. Hey, here's an underage person who was illegally in the country and attacked an innocent woman jogging with a hammer.
This is a busy and popular park. Already this morning, we've seen several people out alone.
Hey, we talked about Plano earlier. Plano's falling apart.
On walks, police say that a woman was on a jog when a man attacked her with a hammer. This all happened on Thursday around 5 p.m. The details here, they're disturbing. Plano police tell us the woman was hit in the head with the hammer several times. She managed to fight the man off and he ran away. 4 hours later, police had a suspect in custody. They arrested 17-year-old Sergio Noe de Nova Duerte, an illegal migrant from Mexico.
Illegal alien. Don't call them migrants. Illegal. Oh, okay. It says it in the text. But what did I say about people with more than 3 names? Sergio Noe de Nova Duarte. You're on the 5 names list. You get to 5 names. I think there's I'd like to see the chart, the graph for how many names you have versus the likelihood that you're a dirtbag committing heinous hammer attacks. I think the odds of you being a heinous hammer attacker, which is actually a pretty good name for a band, Heinous Hammer Attacker. The more names you have, the more likely it is that you're going to hit somebody with a hammer.
According to DHS, he came in on a tourist visa, and then in March of 2024, he was arrested for burglary and larceny. He was arrested under the Biden administration and was released back into the community with a notice to appear. Now, the woman was taken to the
Why would you release these people back with notices to appear instead of just finishing them?
Hospital with serious injuries, but police say it could have been a lot worse because duct tape was found at the scene. Many people in this area are on high alert right now, looking out for one another. Yeah, this is a busy and popular.
Gross. Thanks, Biden. What Spirit of Defiance says Gavin Newsom took office with a surplus of $13.8 billion. He'll leave office with a $46.8 billion deficit. He pissed away $60 billion on illegals and fleecing the system. Not sure if those numbers are entirely accurate. Let me ask Grok. By the way, Grok was down today. Did you have problems with Grok today? All right, let's see. Yeah, Grok was not working. Let's try to get Gavin Newsom. Budget surplus when he arrived compared to his projected budget deficit when he leaves. Grok is thinking. Grok is thinking. Hang on, TLDR version. Inherited $21 billion. He'll leave behind $20 billion annual deficits. So basically turn $21 billion surplus into negative $20 billion of a structural hole in 8 years. So that's a third of what this claimed. I didn't think that number was right. But, you know, numbers can be fudged, I suppose. So that was a cyber attack, you're saying? A lot of sites were down. It was a flaw in, what was it called? Cloudflare went down, which caused all these problems, I guess. Okay. Danette loves Candace personally. Yeah, I want Candace on that wall. I need her on that wall. Keep digging into Charlie. Hey, Ben Shapiro. According to Americultist, Ben Shapiro is now crashing out on Steve Bannon because he's praised, air quote, anti-Semite, end quote, Nick Fuentes. What does Benny Boy have to say?
Steve Bannon over the weekend, for example, praising Nick Fuentes. Again, the reason this is happening, we should point out, is because there is an attempt to glaze pretty much everybody who is on the...
To glaze? Ben, given your very well-known conversation about the WAP song, WAP. No, not a dirty Italian slur. WAP. There we say. We'll say it differently. WAP. In the comments about your wife, I don't know if using the term glaze is really where you want to be. But anyway.
Anti-Israel, and yes, Fuentes is just an anti-Semite. Anti-Semitic side, in order to shift policy priorities away from what President Trump is attempting to do.
Alex Jones had a debate with Nick Fuentes and Dinesh D'Souza. And you see right there the laziness, the lack of argument, their attitude that they just own this. Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown. Because the kid shows up, he's prepped, he's ready. Not only is he on point and he's always on attack, he happens to have something called facts, and he just overwhelms Dinesh. Dinesh goes back, and it shows you this old guard who has nothing.
Again, it's fascinating to watch as all these people make quasi-allies of people like Nick Fuentes. Here was Steve Bannon over the weekend, for example, praising Nick Fuentes. Again,
okay, I guess it's You know what? Whether somebody loves your Semites or hates your Semites or is neutral on your Semites, Bannon wasn't calling Fuentes a great guy. He wasn't glazing him. He was saying that in that debate, it was like he smoked his opponent. That's not pro the guy. That's pro the conversation. You're not supposed to defend O.J. Simpson if he ends his wife in a waiter. Well, in which case, you're not supposed to defend Jeffrey Dahmer because, his skin looks like mine. Or, hey, some pastor was embezzling hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, that's my religion. He's of my religion. I got to defend him. You don't defend people of your religion or of your skin color or of your anything. You just base it on how things play out. I didn't hear Steve Bannon praising Fuentes. He said that he rocked him in a debate. That's just calling balls and strikes. He can be an umpire. So many wormholes today. Wormholes or rabbit holes? Wormholes might get us to other dimensions. Rabbit holes take us to other dimensions. Okay, I guess they're the same. I view one to be intergalactic travel. Got to mute that. Tim Young says this should be the #1 story in America right now. New York Post reporting that House Democrat exchanged text messages with Jeffrey Epstein on how to hurt Trump during a 2019 congressional hearing. Oh. Plasket. A tisket, a tasket, a flower-making plasket. The AV report says the Democrats welcome 2-0, otherwise known as 20. The Democrats welcomed 20 million illegals into America in order to change the census for voting. Once again, the Democrats welcomed 20 million, it's more like 40 million illegal aliens into America in order to change the census for voting purposes. But then they say Republicans are gerrymandering. Does that make any sense to anyone? I'm going to go ahead and say no. Got a really big show. Does not compute for me. Except that the Democrats gaslight and accuse their opponent of what they're exactly doing. I don't know the context of this from MAGA News. I don't know how to fact check this. But they're saying this is yet another non-English speaking truck driver causing a horrific accident. If you can't speak English and read English, write English, understand English, you should not be on our roads.
You wondering why Trump wants people to fucking understand English and why we're getting rid of the non-domicile CDLs? That's the reason right there.
I'd like some context. I don't know how to check it, but there's an unverified report here. Hey, here's how you sum up socialism. So if you take $500 from a worker and then go give $100 a piece to 5 lazy people, you lose that 1 vote, but then you gain 5. It's the biggest pyramid scheme in history, and it's also called socialism. Tell me, is this not what the Democrat Party, let's see, Deep State Democrat Party platform summed up nicely in this meme? It's exactly where we're at. You shouldn't throw around the word traitor very loosely. You should use it in this case. You're selling your country out for temporary power. Can I post the link to that debate? Which debate? Are you saying Tucker and who was it? Was it Dinesh? They said no. It was Nick and Dinesh. Dinesh, also from the intro to my show. I didn't have the link. I would just search, go on X and just run a search for it. The pyramid scheme is exactly true. How very sad for us. So-soism. We're the MTV generation. We feel neither highs nor lows. Really? What's it like? Threw in a Gun says the Epstein list could have 100,000 names on it. And liberals only want to see one name. Period. Just one. They could care less. That's spelled improperly. It should be. They couldn't care less about the victims or what happened on that island. Hating Trump has become their entire identity. Sadly, I think that's true. Hey, remember when you're online on social media, remember that the people you're arguing with, they tried to tell you these two people were competent. Man, oh man, did we get punked.
When
Mike Benz, Cyber.
you look at, for example, the close relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, the Clinton family, and the Ehud Barak Israeli Labor Party.
The Ehud Barak Israeli Labor Party.
Is patently clear that if the Central Intelligence Agency and the State Department were to do a sweep
of all of their files, communications, there's a tiny amount of music in the background. If you got their records, a simple name trace of Jeffrey Epstein's name, a voluminous scale of the documentation, I think would be enormous. The State Department rented out a physical property to Jeffrey Epstein personally in the 1990s. The State Department. Lawyer pays not a cent for palatial East Side digs. Oh, really? This is no-cost living. Legal Eagles free ride. State Department began renting the building to Jeffrey Epstein, Palm Beach, in the 1990s. You and I can't just get the State Department as our personal landlord after seizing a mansion from the government of Iran, saying nothing of Epstein's work during Iran-Contra. Jeffrey Epstein working during Iran-Contra with both the U.S. and Israeli side of intelligence through the Adnan Khashoggi link, or through what was being done in 1990s between Bill Clinton and Ehud Barak when he was the prime minister there, to Jeffrey Epstein setting up the Clinton Global Initiative, and she goes on to be Secretary of State. For some reason, they are not pursuing this lead, and it's maddening to watch from the outside. It's maddening to watch. Button. Why are they being protected? But it goes back to Iran-Contra. That's Reagan. Goes back to Ehud Barak and Clinton. Mike Benz. All right, here's Batya Unger Sargon talking about illegal aliens driving down the quality of life for Americans.
When Donald Trump was campaigning, he said, when we get elected, we're going to conduct the largest deportation campaign in American history. He did not say the worst of the worst.
Yeah,
and
he
the
did.
truth is, Abby,
He did also say the
every
worst of the
illegal
worst.
immigrant in America is either working, in which case they are driving down the wages in an industry because their employers can pay them less.
This is such a great point. Why have I been alive this whole time? Bravo, Batya Unger Sargon. I don't know who's feeding her stuff, but man, I'm a fan of hers. That's how you say it. That's how you do it right there. They're either working in the United States, which drives down our wages, or they're not working, which means they're stealing through benefits. Lose, lose. I've never put it into a sentence like that before.
Or they are living off the government, in which case American taxpayers are paying for them to live here illegally. Both of those are unacceptable, which is why in every single poll that's come out in the last year, a majority of Americans support not deporting the worst of the worst, but deporting every single illegal migrant. When Donald Trump was...
That is so well said. Bravo. Is this the same clip of Thomas Massie?
There's two reasons he's flipped.
His rich and powerful friends.
Or go to his dinner party.
Doggone it, it's got the music. He'll go to the dinner parties, saying Trump. He doesn't want to embarrass them. And they may, in fact, not even be guilty of a crime. They may just be very embarrassed that they were having extramarital sex with these women, for instance. So that's one thing. But he also thinks the intelligence aspect goes even deeper. Maybe Trump is on one plane, and he's thinking, I can't embarrass my friends. But there may be people in the administration who are career people who are thinking on another plane. Like, let's convince Trump he's going to embarrass his friends, when in reality, what we're trying to do is protect our sources and methods, which may involve trafficking. And we don't want to embarrass our partner, Israel, at this time when the popularity for their war, or their genocide, as some people say, is at an all-time low. And now we're going to find out that their defense minister, Ehud Barak, was documented with Jeffrey Epstein 36 times, probably even while defense minister. He had previously been prime minister. I don't know that he knew Epstein during that period. I'm not sure how much of those dates overlap, Thomas Massie says, but there are reasons that they want to protect them. There are reasons he's flipped, and I don't think his children, or J.D. Vance, or even Pam Bondi, or Kash Patel were read into that when they originally said all this stuff should be released. If it's a hoax, what were those binders that Pam Bondi gave out? Was she just fueling a hoax? It's Thomas Massie. Hey, next time somebody wants to call you a white supremacist, here's how Charlie handled it.
Only a white supremacist. What evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept.
This is like, as I binged Charlie Kirk content in the past 2 months or so, this video is like in his top 20, his top 10 moments.
Okay, and you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man. How do you know?
What can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black-sounding name.
That's not even close to being true. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal...
in fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to... No.
This is great because Charlie says, oh, wait a minute. You have to, because these are your rules that you and your goofballs always push on us. You must listen to him.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I worked for a Congressman, Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black man has not given me. Go ahead.
So,
take that, white boy. It just really is insufferable to listen to white people constantly talk about how black people can't succeed. That person that Charlie Kirk is speaking with, just like, well, you know, nothing's fair and these people can't do anything successful, and it's because white people are bad. Huh? That dude comes in, he's like, none of whatever you just said matters to me. I'm going to go out and succeed because that's how you do it in America. No excuses, make it work. Figure out a way. Around, through, or over.
Call me a white supremacist.
this is a top 10 Charlie Kirk chat mic drop moment for sure. Because it is. The White Knights. Oh, I got to defend. I need to be offended on behalf of everybody else. Well, no, you don't. You can encourage people to succeed, and we can succeed. All right, here's Benny Johnson.
Freedom is alive and well in
Freedom is alive and well.
America. Freedom is not free. It never has been. You always have to fight for freedom. You have to fight tyranny. Charlie Kirk always fought tyranny. He fought the culture wars in the belly of the beast, in the heart of the dragon. And what is more tyrannical than a defund the police communist getting in charge of the greatest city in America, the capital city of America, the empire city, New York City? Freedom is alive.
The capital city. I mean, it's not necessarily the capital, but I mean, it's one of the most important cities. It's a long clip, so we're not going to play it all, but let's put a moment or two here. Glenn Greenwald, FBI, Thomas Crooks, Megyn Kelly. There's a lot to unpack here. Tucker Carlson, let's take let's jump into this chat from Megyn Kelly. Take a listen.
What do you make of it? Because the FBI is now on defense, trying to defend the breadth of its investigation, trying to suggest they've done everything one would want them to do, and disputing that Thomas Crooks had much of an online footprint, though they're not specifically denying that these are his.
This is Glenn Greenwald.
I think that's the main question, right? I mean, we spent many years very critical of the deep state, of the FBI, of the CIA, for their secrecy, for their refusal to inform the American people what we have a right to know, of their propagandistic deceit of everybody for political ends. And there was a promise that when, the Trump administration got elected and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel were in the FBI, everything was going to change. And now we're left about one of the most consequential news events that we have, which is this, attempted assassination on President Trump's life that almost succeeded. We're relying on Tucker Carlson and Miranda Devine and the New York Post to piece together little bits and pieces about what they've been able to determine. We don't know how much else there is in the FBI's possession that might affect the picture or change the picture. And yet we learned more about Thomas Crooks in the last week from Tucker and then from the New York Post than we have in the last 10 months since the Trump administration was inaugurated. Why is that? Why haven't they told us about Thomas Crooks? There's no trial. He's dead. They've denied that there's any conspiracy, that he worked with anybody, so there's no legal proceeding to impede. Why are they keeping all of that a secret? Why won't they even say if they have this or what else they have? I think that's what we ought to be demanding.
Totally agree. This is very odd that just now Tucker comes out with this information. Miranda Devine, I don't know. I have no idea, Glenn. My suspicion is that Tucker dropped this bomb on Thursday. The FBI was defending itself over the weekend, since Thursday, and then Miranda Devine gets a big scoop on Monday. Do not have anything to back this up other than my suspicion that the FBI probably provided this data to Miranda. That's my guess, because she just has excellent sources inside the government. And to me, this almost seems like a head fake, almost like a look over here instead of at what Tucker did, because it's just too coincidental that, as you point out, we've had nothing on this guy, nothing. And now suddenly two big information dumps. Tucker's, he's being honest about exactly where he got it. Then comes this stuff about he's a furry. You tell me, why would the government not have shared that? Like, truly, why wouldn't the FBI have been sharing that, the furry thing, with us? Because this FBI did share that around the Nashville shooter, the young woman who was identifying as male, whereas Biden's FBI wouldn't. But they
always hide that for some reason.
This FBI did share those facts about that shooter. This FBI did share those facts about the Charlie shooter. So I'm a little confused as to what may be going on behind the scenes.
Right. And also in terms of the political trajectory that Tucker outlined, and that was great reporting because it took you along the way on this political path that this shooter seemed to have traversed by virtue of analyzing his online footprint, from going from somebody on the far right, ranting and raving against how Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and the squad need to be murdered and immigrants need to be murdered, to something that resembles someone more on the left, very critical of Trump for his handling of COVID by not taking seriously enough, and other kinds of progressive rhetoric. I mean, it could be that at the end of the day, this is just a very confused person, could be a nihilist. But why don't we have this information in our possession? This is also something you would think Cash.
It's been a year and a half already.
Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi and the Trump administration would want the public to know. In other words, you know, you could accuse them of acting politically if the person were a conservative or on the right, just thought President Trump wasn't conservative enough. Maybe you could say, oh, well, they're on the right. They didn't want to have somebody on the right be blamed. But what about all the reporting that undercuts that and that suggests that he had a different ideology? What possible motive do they have for hiding that? And, you know, I do think that we have to be careful about embracing conspiracy theories, but the reason people do so is because of behavior like this. You know, Tucker's asking the question, did he go and get trained at the gun range by anybody? Who was this person online who seemed to be targeting him? How is it possible the FBI?
Yeah. What type of handler? What type of trainer? What was that all about?
I didn't know about him beforehand, given how explicit these violent threats were. And when you have the FBI hiding information and refusing to answer those basic questions, of course conspiracy theories are going to emerge in that, because that's how trust and faith by the American public is lost in these institutions.
Mm-hmm. The clear implication, in my view, of Tucker's piece is that the guy was recruited by somebody to conduct this horrific act. And maybe it began with this character who goes by Willie Tepes. Maybe it was somebody else. Tucker goes on to report that the FBI has made no mention of this Tepes guy in public, though they certainly know he exists, he reports. He goes on to say, just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes's YouTube page, despite the fact that he had very few followers. And they said, you can now find this guy's username being used on a foreign Antifa website.
Oh, but Antifa is just a concept.
He also reports that Thomas Crooks's online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. So he seems to me to be clearly implying that perhaps Willie Tepes recruited Crooks for someone, alerted someone that this is a hothead who's got, you know, some mental problems and is prone to violence. And where did it go for there? One of the things Tucker pointed out in this documentary is they cremated his body. And it was done, I think, 10 days after he died, thus getting rid of any chance to do any follow-up testing on drugs in the system, etc. And he's suggesting that seems awfully quick on a guy you knew was attempting to assassinate the likely next president of the United States. Mm-hmm. I don't know, Glenn. This whole thing stinks. I mean, Susan Crabtree, who I really trust, she reports for Real Clear Politics, and she covers the Secret Service for them. She's a totally above board reporter. And she responded as follows. Crooks was on YouTube threatening to kill government officials, and he was called out for it by another user, which is true. She says, why didn't the FBI find these posts?
Yeah, it's almost like no one was paying attention, no repercussions.
Why hasn't this ever been released? Why don't we know who that user is who called him out? That person should at least be considered a hero, she says. And then she writes, the FBI was stonewalling Senator Ron Johnson and Senator Rand Paul's staff as of the 1-year anniversary of Butler. This is her story. Like, she's the one who broke all the big news on the Secret Service around Butler. And she says the FBI was stonewalling 2 Senate offices as of the 1-year anniversary of Butler. Both Senate offices stated. One of those offices said the Trump FBI was at first cooperating this spring and even had a briefing with Senate staffers on Crooks and on Butler, etc., but then abruptly stopped doing so, which earned a triple exclamation point from me in my notes, Glenn. Something's going on here. It's not that I don't trust Cash and Dan. It's that I think they have something that, for whatever reason, they feel strongly they cannot tell us.
Right, but
whether it's UFOs, MLK, JFK, RFK, Epstein, Butler, there's always stuff they feel like they can't tell us. we need to get told. We got to figure out what's happening. Strange. Kenneth says they're going to call New York City New York Pity. Okay. I pity the fool. Who's a furry now? I mean, who's not, right?
That is sort of a metric of trust, whether the people in government do what people in government have long done, which is hide information from the American public and feed us a story that's untrue because they somehow think it's for the greater good that we be deceived or kept in the dark, when in a democracy we're actually supposed to know these things and be treated like adults, and we're not supposed to have information kept from us. Or they're protecting something that doesn't deserve protection. And let's just be very explicit about this. The last time there was a president who was murdered and Trump came extremely close. It's not like this was a fake assassination attempt or one just right. It was like a millimeter away from blowing his head off.
Yeah.
The last time that happened to a president who has his head blown off, was John F. Kennedy. And because of the secrecy around that, because of the lack of candor in our institutions, because of the bizarre way that the Warren Commission was constituted, where they had the head of the CIA and others who were the suspects, and the minds of a lot of people on that commission decreeing the truth, 70 years later, people still suspect that our government might have had some role in that. And when someone like President Trump, who was so hated by many factions inside the government, particularly the deep state, as he himself and his movement has long maintained, and I certainly have as well, comes very close to having their head blown off in a way that suggests at least malfeasance on the part of those who are supposed to be protecting him, if not worse, then people do start wondering, was there the involvement of government agencies or foreign or domestic ones? And that's a natural curiosity to have. The problem is that gets exacerbated when the FBI does what it's doing in this case, which is not just stonewalling us, but even the elected members of our Congress, ones from the Republican Party, who can't be accused of acting politically or with a motive to get Trump. So to the extent their behavior is now under suspicion, they really have no one but themselves to blame. And we need an explanation.
And it's just eroding any trust we could have had.
And like, why is this information being hidden? What are the answers to these questions?
Long on it. What do you make of it? Because the FBI is now on defense, trying to defend the breadth of its investigation, trying to suggest they've done everything one would want them to do, and disputing that Thomas Crooks had much of an online footprint, though.
Okay, I think that's the beginning of it. That turned into more of an interesting chat than I thought, so I did want to hear the rest of it.
The hoax.
Scott Jennings explaining, what does the hoax mean? What was the hoax?
Hoax is Democrats and others who have gone on television and either implied or worse that he had something to do with it. There's not a shred of evidence that he had anything to do with it, but that's what they want people to believe. That's the narrative that they are trying to get out there. That's the hoax. He's never said what happened to them is a hoax. In fact, there seems to be some shards of evidence in here that Trump may have been one of the people that turned in Jeffrey Epstein, which is why Epstein, according to some of the documents, apparently hated Donald Trump. And so the hoax is not that it happened. The hoax is what people are trying to imply or worse about. The hoax is Democrats and others who have gone on television and either imply.
Well, then we need to clarify these statements a little bit. Take Naps has thoughts about the Sean Ryan interview.
I just watched the Sean Ryan interview with Charlie Kirk's head of security, and here are some takeaways. And some questions. First of all, this was Charlie's contracted security detail who had been with him for multiple years, and it seemed to have a lot of capable guys, including former Navy SEALs, snipers, and all the rest. The man who was interviewed, Brian Harpole, seems to be sincere and credible. To me, the biggest takeaway from the interview is that there was a very narrow line of sight that this guy could have taken, and the fact that it could be 7 to 10, maybe feet wide, where that shot could have actually been made, and that's it. Meaning the amount of time that he was on the roof is very important because he would have had to find that exact spot, which lends credibility to the idea that this was rehearsed. If it was rehearsed, that means there should be additional footage of him going to that spot beforehand. And it doesn't make sense why he'd be wearing dark clothing on a white roof in broad daylight. He also said the security detail was very aware that there was 180 degrees of open sight visible to where Charlie was sitting before the event even started, and that they identified this as a huge security risk, and that the security detail was unable to change the location of the event, that it was forced that they go to that spot. Other reports have suggested that this was originally scheduled to be inside, so who made the final call that that needed to be the spot? He also said that the security detail informed the campus security that that there was a vulnerability on that open rooftop and that anyone could just jump over and enter this exact spot where the guy supposedly was. They specifically outlined that location in advance. According to him, the chief of police was informed that that spot was vulnerable, and they said they would cover it, and then they didn't. If he produced evidence that he informed the chief of police that that area needed to be covered and it wasn't, why wasn't it covered? Who made that decision? He also said that he wanted to run drones to survey the site in advance, but they were also not allowed to do that by law, and that only the police could have, or the campus police. But they didn't. Who made that decision?
Both Butler and this event. I'm going, where are the drones? Where are the overhead eyes in the skies looking at all the roofs? What in the world are we even talking about?
He also said that they had meticulous plans for what would happen in the event of an evacuation and the necessity to go to a hospital. If that is the case, and they actually went to the further hospital, as some other people have suggested, why did they go to the further hospital if there were plans in advance that they knew where to go? And one detail that I happen to find strangest of all from the entire interview is that he said when they arrived at the hospital that they didn't know that they were coming. So with all the employees, all of the
how could they not know they were on their way?
The personnel, all of the security detail, all of the people that were there on the ground working that day, nobody called the hospital to tell them that they were coming there. How is that possible? And his set of security details seemed to be very thorough, that they even identified large rocks that were located behind where Charlie was sitting, and they secured that area specifically in advance in case somebody threw rocks down onto him. So if they were this meticulous about the placement of rocks, but they had identified this specific location that was a specific threat that didn't get covered, how is that possible? Now, I'm not blaming this guy because he seemed to be credible and forthcoming, but these are real questions. And perhaps one of the most perplexing questions of all, how was George Zinn there and why? The timeline and coincidence of all these events and this very perfect, very meticulously placed, very narrow, under duress location brings up more questions than answers. And what seems most obvious to everyone is that a little bit more clarity and a little bit more trust in our institutions could come with just a little bit more revealing of how these questions could be answered ahead of time that won't jeopardize the trial. That's the least we could ask for, and they should and could do it. I just watched the Sean Ryan interview with Charlie.
Lots of takeaways. Imagine if we had some a trustworthy source. I feel like everything I'm doing is just trying to decipher half-truths, partial propaganda, unanswered questions, misinformation, disinformation, deception. A lot of different stuff to worry about. A lot of different stuff to make sense of. Hey, Stefan Molyneux. Haven't seen him in a while. Interviewed him in the intro. Oh, I don't think Stefan Molyneux's in the intro. Is he? For the Agree to Disagree show, I think, or for the TNM Daily show. I know Mike Cernovich is, but I interviewed Stefan Molyneux. This post says, ladies, fact. The moment you welcomed Islam into the West, you lost the right to complain about the patriarchy. Agree or disagree with that? It's a good question. Question of the day, agree or disagree? Ladies, fact, the moment you welcomed Islam into the West, you lost your right to complain about the patriarchy. Type it in the comments, agree or disagree. What is this here? This is, but as a Christian, you have to be tolerant of Islam, right?
No.
That's Conor McGregor saying no.
No.
What is this? Modern Christian Crusader says, being a Christian doesn't mean ignoring evil. Some forces exist to destroy, and we stand ready to confront them. Evil is real. And if someone wants to destroy you, that's an enemy invader. That's a threat. This lady here takes on this guy in a public debate. Radiant Apologia. Schooling this guy on the Quran.
My issue is this. Can you show me a single verse in the Quran, the Hadith, and the Islamic literature where it says, go and kill innocent people? Yes, I can.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. What sounds like a song? I don't remember what I say. That'll be my, should I ever need to defend myself, I will say, I don't remember what I say. See, I found this clip of you saying that if you ever had to defend yourself, you're going to say that you don't know what you're saying. Right, because I'm accurately describing what it's like when you're juggling chainsaws, apples. You got to take a bite out of some of them. You got to watch your hand and only grab the proper. I'm juggling. I got comments. I got videos. I'm doing engineering, producing, in-show prep. Yeah, it's all a little garbled. I do the best I can. But here this is where she schools this guy.
Hear it? Do you want to hear it? Yeah. I will cast terror into the hearts of the disbelievers. Therefore, cut off their necks and cut off every fingertip.
There you go. The Quran says, I will cast terror into the hearts of the disbelievers, strike above their necks, and strike all their fingertips. Violence.
That's one. Okay, that's one. That's one. Okay. That's one. There are 142. Go to Surah 5. Go to Surah 8. Go to Surah 12.
Okay,
they're in there. Don't come here and pretend to me that your book is any different to any other sect of Islam. I've studied the Quran. I've studied the Bible. Let me tell you one thing, and this is a fact.
This lady's awesome. Who is this?
You follow the Quran to the letter. You are obliged.
I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. How many kuffar have you killed?
That's the point.
How many kuffar have you killed?
The Quran doesn't teach that.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Listen,
Jada, it does not.
Don't make a prat of yourself, darling, because you're starting to look really silly. If you'd have come to me and said to me, there are verses in the Quran that say kill the kuffar, and I don't agree with them, I'd have said to you, fair play. You're probably not a Muslim, you're an apostate. But you haven't said that. What you said to me is, I'm a devout Muslim, and it doesn't say that in the Quran. Don't come over here and try and mug off people that have read your scriptures, right?
Okay, please tell me where it says go
in
and
Surah
kill.
5. In Surah 5.
Let's go to Surah 5.
Go to Surah 5. I will cast terror into the heart.
Okay, it reset there. Yeah, more verbal pushback is needed to save Earth and humanity from this violent push. It's a violent push. Will Kane has thoughts.
They are drumming up the drama.
Epstein stuff.
Question that's out there. Why wouldn't they have been released the last 4 years when President Biden was in office?
Well, that's the question every American is asking. Not every American, but so many Americans are asking. What the hell is he hiding?
Well, that is the question that you just did not answer, Senator Schumer. Why was this obsession with Epstein seemingly dropped in your lap out of nowhere? Where was this curiosity and this obsession where you were in power and Joe Biden was in power for 4 years? You've conveniently ignored the terrible things about Jeffrey Epstein that have been out there for years. Most notably, his guilty plea for soliciting prostitution from an underage girl in 2008. It's almost comical. They are drumming up the drama.
The question that's out there.
Schumer, loser. Marion, I recommend juggling only apples, no chainsaws. That sounds like a great plan. However, there's a lot on this side. Keep it all rolling. This is a segment for David Bann. He's always asking about the arrests. Here we go. We're going to walk through the list here, and we're going to tally these up.
Of arrests, Russian collusion hoax, 0, right? They say now that there's been 1 or 2 or whatever. January 6th, 0. We can talk about the pipe bomb person that is now confirmed to be the CIA asset, right? We can talk about the Mar-a-Lago raid. Who's been arrested for that? 0. Biden auto pen situation, 0. 2020 election, 0. Epstein pedophile arrest, 0. COVID-19. We know now that in fact is the right thing. I mean, for God's sakes, the RFK is the one who's the HHS director who wrote the Anthony Fauci book. Where's the arrest? We have the proof. Benghazi, none. Doge findings, all the fraud, waste, and abuse that was uncovered. Where's the arrest for that?
Yeah.
0. Ukraine impeachment hoax, 0.
American people are coming together right now. When we're saying, hey, give us the Epstein list, we want to hold people accountable. Child trafficking is wrong. Child exploitation is wrong. It's evil. It's demonic. And we know things are taking place with children. Obviously, Pam Bondi, you said tens of thousands of videos of children. Who are they? Who made the videos? We should be able to go ahead and crack down on who these individuals are. You guys were ready to take down people from January 6th.
Yeah, number of arrests, Russian collusion hoax, 0. Right? They say now that there's
been political stunts from the left. This Nick Shirley is suddenly everywhere. Now he's in Paris confronting scammers. Beware.
The battlefield of scammers out here. You are scamming her. This is a scam. You scammer. Do not give money. Do not give money. Scam. Scam. Don't give money to these people. They are scammers. You scam people.
I robbing your camera, okay?
You robbing my camera.
Go away!
You scam people.
Go away!
Hey.
That's assault right there.
You're crazy. She spit on me. Now they're running away. Yep. 3 of them. She just spit.
Go away. Let
You
me
scamming.
alone. Okay, go away, please.
You're
go
scamming
away.
people. Yes. They scam people. Pickpocketers.
You want to film me?
They're pickpocketers.
Okay, come.
Hey.
Come film me!
Hey.
Come!
Hey, what are you doing? You're scamming people. Why are you taking your clothes off? What the heck? She just started taking her clothes off.
He's not scammers!
You're a scammer.
Okay, fuck.
You're a scammer. No, F you. You scam people.
Go away. You go. You go now. You go.
Hey,
No, you go. This is not your problem.
you scam people.
Yeah, this is not your problem. You go away now.
These people are aggressive. You call them out for scamming, robbing tourists. Look at them. Look at them. Woo! These people are getting aggressive out here.
Good work, you guys.
Are you mad someone's calling you out for scamming people now? This is like the battlefield of
How does he know, though? How do you know that is happening? This video didn't show that happening. Pickpockets? Question mark? I don't know. But always beware when you're out in public, people. It's a little reminder. The AF Post is reporting that white births have increased from 49.75% of the population to 49.91% of the population. White births have seen the most significant rise in fertility in the U.S., accounting for nearly all of the country's birth increases this January to this August. Huh. To what do you attribute that? President Trump? I don't know. Charlie Kirk? I mean, those two things are probably telling a lot of people, hey, have some families. Have some babies. Pretty good idea. David, oh, that's fantastic. On the tally sheet, no one arrested. I know. Trash Panda reminds us we need to free Tina Peters. Yes. All she did was expose fraud in Colorado. She needs a Congressional Medal of Honor. Deception and misinformation to the tune of the Evil Lion and a Lion King. Yes. So what does this say? It's showing the states. How do we... NH, non-Hispanic, white, black, Asian, mult. Top birth percentage rate rises. Washington, D.C., Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, South Carolina. With a falling white population in Vermont, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Dakota, Minnesota. Huh. Not entirely certain what to make of this, but I think more American babies are good. White doesn't have to do with American, but American babies are good. We need more American babies birthed to two American parents. 100% accurate.
What they call.
Edward Snowden is here reminding us, beware about the algorithms and Once again, back to the digital footprint, the digital blueprint.
Called the social credit system. If any of these family photos, if any of your activities online, if your purchases, if your associations, if your friends are in any way different from what the government or the powers that be of the moment would like them to be, you're no longer able to purchase train tickets. You're no longer able to board an airplane. You may not be able to get a passport. You may not be eligible for a job. You might not be able to work for the government. All of these things are increasingly being created and programmed and decided by algorithms. And those algorithms are fueled by precisely the innocent data that our devices are creating all of the time, constantly, invisibly, quietly, right now. Our devices are casting all of these records that we do not see being created, that in aggregate seem very innocent. You were at Starbucks at this time. You went to the hospital afterwards. You spent a long time at the hospital. After you left the hospital, you made a phone call. You made a phone call to your mother. You talked to her until the middle of the night. The hospital was an oncology clinic. Even if you can't see the content of these communications, the activity records, what the government calls metadata.
Yeah, metadata. It could be pretty safely shown what you're up to based on who you're talking to, from where, and you kind of connect the dots. Metadata is like a way to spy on people without calling it spying. It's still spying.
Which they argue they do not need a warrant to collect, tells the whole story. And these activity records are being created and shared and collected and intercepted constantly by companies and governments. And ultimately it means as they sell these, as they trade these, as they make their businesses on the backs of these records, what they are selling is not information. What they are selling is us. They're selling our future. They're selling our past. They are selling our history, our identity, and ultimately they are stealing our power and making our stories work for them. What they call the social credit system.
There you go. Glenn Beck has thoughts on Michelle Obama, who she's just out there being pretty mad about things. Just from the clips I'm watching, she just seems pretty upset.
Michelle Obama turned down the presidency. She's like, no.
We ain't ready. That's why I'm like, don't even look at me about running, because you all are lying. You're not ready for a woman. You are not. So don't waste my time. You know, we got a lot of growing up to do. And there's still, sadly, a lot of men who do not feel like they can be led by a woman, and we saw it.
No, we didn't want to be led by an incompetent woman, nor would we want to be led by a woman who just lectures us about how bad we are all the time.
All the time. Enough with it.
Everyone is created equal. It doesn't mean you have equal abilities and talents. It's not a woman. It's that one. Are you kidding me? No. And the one you proposed last time was Hillary Clinton, and she almost won. And now it didn't have anything to do with her being a woman. That had a lot to do with, I don't trust her, probably kind of corrupt. And like you, she lectures people all the time.
You're not ready because I'm a woman and I'm black. Like, that has nothing to do with why
you're sexist or you're racist. Michelle Obama turned down the presidency. She's like, no.
Mm-hmm. Could you imagine Kamala right now? Let's not do that. Let's not imagine Kamala. All right, if I hit refresh, I think I'm going to have a new batch of stories here. I do, and we'll share those for tomorrow's program. She is very vain. Some say she... Some people make jokes about her having a main vein. All right, no, that's some say that stuff. That's just very vain. That's pretty wild. All right. Reminder to click on our X account and subscribe to our channel at American_media_. Programming note, make sure you tune in. Strictly Football this evening, 6 p.m. Eastern, about 3 hours from now. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezra L. Robinson. Strictly Football here on the New American Media. Looking back at last week. Tip jars are out. What is it? Rumble Rants and Super Chats available. You can also subscribe right here, pinned to the top of our X feed. That's my account there, where you can sign up to be a monthly Patreon member. Great way to support the show. And that's our interview with Mr. John B. Wells. A good chat. Let's take a watch. Jasmine Crockett makes an utter fool out of herself, says Eric Daughtry.
Foods. So listen, if you can have this honest conversation about Epstein now, let's just go ahead with this lame duck president and be honest about everything that the American people
I'm sorry, a lame duck president? What are you talking about?
honest about everything that the American people care about. They care about affordability. They care about the fact that literally people are starving in this country because we have 42 million people, and I don't remember any one of you during that almost 2-month break deciding to go on faux news or any other news outlet and say, you know what, it is wrong to have 42 million people that are relying on $6 a day to eat, and we have the money because somehow our president was able to find under the couch cushion, the one that JD wasn't sitting on, under the couch cushion, he was able to find 40, how much did he find to send to Argentina? 40, there we go, 40 billion to send to Argentina. But those emergency funds, he couldn't find them emergency funds so that.
What is she even talking about? All that to try to say a JD couch joke?
Americans could eat. So listen, if y'all are gonna be honest and talk about Epstein right now, let's be honest about everything that is causing y'all to lose real bad. Did y'all see the election results on November 4th? It didn't go very well. So let's just.
It didn't go very well. She talks interesting. It didn't go very well.
It didn't go very well.
It didn't go very well.
4th, it didn't go very well. So let's just start having honest conversations so that hopefully some of y'all in some of these tight seats.
Honest conversation.
Maybe y'all can get reelected and we can just work together.
Ms. Crockett.
Would the gentlelady yield? Who? What? Both of y'all want? Y'all want some?
Yeah, boy. This is going viral now. Disturbing video. Group of students jump a sickly mother with sickle cell and her 2 children on the south side of Chicago. These are elementary school kids. Attacking a sick mom? Kids? What the heck is going on?
Hey, fool, don't touch my brother, fool. Look at them bitches, bad crackhead. Other bitches, Maher. That's his ass. That's his ass.
You know, I'm getting really tired of these mob videos where 20 people surround 1 or 2 people. I'm getting really tired of seeing 30 on 1, 30 on 3. Getting really tired of it, even if they're kids. They're punching and kicking and filming and cheering it on.
Not the big kids. The big kids not touching them. I'm saying, what? Smash that bitch on my brother.
That person with the says smash her or something.
The little kids in them, not the big kids. The big
We're talking about the big kids.
kids not touching them. I'm saying, what? Smash that bitch.
Smash that something. What a gross.
Smash that bitch on my brother.
She starts punching, and now someone else is punching this mom in the face. They're all just reaching in, throwing. Punching her in the face. jumping and stomping. This is like a band of hyenas, a band of jackals or wolves. What is this urge to pile on, to jump in and throw? What is this urge to mob violence? Where does this come from? Cheering it, filming it, laughing about it, 10, 15, 20 on 2.
They working it. They working it.
This is gross. Well, people are talking about that, so we showed it. Natalie here from beat reporter, NEO Sports Inside. Bernie Kosar on his road to recovery. Prayers up to Bernie Kosar. He's got to give, send, go if you can help in the recovery. President Trump lands with Marine One. U.S. flag has been lowered into a protective container, protecting it from high wind wash caused by the helicopter. Democrats say it's carelessly dropped on the ground, but this follows U.S. flag code guidelines that prioritize preventing damage. You know, in case you happen to see this while scrolling, fake news. Stephen Miller erupts on the revelation that 40% of rent-controlled New York City housing is occupied by non-Americans.
40% of the population of rent-controlled housing in New York City are foreign-born. Think about that. In one of the largest metropolitan areas in the world, 40% of rent-controlled properties are being lived in by people who weren't even born in the country. What kind of system is this? We bring in people from foreign countries, and then we pay to lower the cost of their housing, while people who were born here have to pay higher prices. So when President Trump is reducing net migration, that is what's going to ultimately, along with all these other steps, deregulation, historic tax cuts, going to bring down the cost of housing.
Yeah. Let me ask you about this.
40% of the population.
Seems like the assistance should be going to Americans. Illegal alien from El Salvador convicted of first-degree R of a child under the age of 13 in Louisiana. Took the jury just 30 minutes to find him guilty after hearing how he first tortured the child. Oh, God. There's only one penalty for someone that's going to harm a kid.
Jury has convicted a 35-year-old man of first-degree rape involving a victim under the age of 13. Welner Sura, originally from El Salvador, was found guilty Friday. Investigators say key evidence from the trial made for a quick decision by the jury, only spending just over half an hour on deliberation. Sura is expected to be sentenced on January 20th. Jury has convicted a
follow the lead of Florida. That should be capital punishment. Bill Malugin says DHS confirms to Fox News ICE assisted in an Uzbeki illegal alien, wanted alleged terrorist, who was driving an 18-wheeler in Kansas and had been given a CDL by Pennsylvania. Oh, that's great. 31-year-old Akhorur Bazarov has an arrest warrant in Uzbekistan since 22 for being a member of a terrorist org and is accused of distributing terrorist propaganda, calling for jihad online and recruiting terrorists. Oh, per DHS, he was caught and released at the border by the Biden administration. Obama's puppet strings, February 23. Wow, that's super. ICE arrested him November 9th while he was working as a commercial truck driver. He was granted work authorization by the Biden admin in January of 24 and has a commercial driver's license issued by the state of Pennsylvania. DHS statement to Fox says not only was Akhorur Bazarov a wanted terrorist released into the country by the Biden admin, but he was also given a commercial CDL, or a CDL by Governor Shapiro's Pennsylvania. This should go without saying, but terrorist illegal aliens should not be operating 18-wheelers on America's highways. Oh my God. You want to talk about a sleeper cell in the waiting? To fill something up and drive your truck somewhere and leave it, walk away and have it go boom? Oh my God. It's almost as if the invading force was invited in on purpose, huh? Biden and Mayorkas allowed countless terrorists to come into our country. President Trump and Secretary Noem unleashed ICE to target these national security threats. Anti-Islam activist, according to Frontline's TPSA, Ryan Williams, could be facing terrorism charges after being detained at London's Heathrow Airport late Monday. He's accused of making fun of Muslims and calling out the migrant invasion in Europe. And where's the crime? After a lengthy interrogation and seizure of his laptop and cell phone, the UK's free speech cops just released him until a court date is determined. Protect this man. Libs of TikTok, tell us about Sergio Noe de Nova Duarte, illegal arrested for assaulting a jogger with a hammer, and then trying to tie her up with duct tape and do God knows what. Previously arrested by ICE, but why keep arrested people? Just dump them back into America. Biden regime released him. 17-year-old. John Strand says, wow, Tina Peters backing up the elections data before they wiped the systems gave the public a rare opportunity to analyze before and after the tampering, and it shows clear and deliberate manipulation of the voting systems. According to John Strand, USA. Audit trail was deleted, system logs deleted, voting files replaced with new files, allegedly. Now we know why the Democrat judge in her case refused nearly all of her witnesses and excluded virtually all of her defenses. Then sentenced her to 9 years in prison because if this became a nationwide story, the entire house of cards with Dominion could fall, according to John Strand. Not me, John Strand. What's this? Hunter Biden in major debt? Officially broke, he just asked a judge to toss a laptop lawsuit because he's millions in debt and can't afford his lawyers. Nobody's buying his paintings now that daddy's back in Delaware. Funny how the Bidens cry poor as soon as they're out of government. When Joe was sitting in the Oval Office, he multiplied fraud and waste. Biden's Inflation Reduction Act was a Trojan horse for the Green New Scam, run by Hillary's hatchet man, John Podesta, who says he has nothing to do with who got money. But big surprise, Biden and Obama's friends got rich. You won't believe who some of the people are. Dearborn Mayor Mark Hammond says the entire point of America is not assimilating to culture and language. What? Theo Wold says mass immigration has resulted in waves of people who completely reject America's unique history and cultural identity in favor of establishing their own third world cultural enclaves in different parts of the country. Very bad. In his own words, is this him?
Because what you often hear that it's accompanied with that as well, you must assimilate. I shouldn't put out a magazine that's in 2 languages. Why can't you speak English? Why are my videos subtitled in Arabic? Why is my caption both in English and Arabic? People get frustrated by this. But to me, it's like, I actually disavow the use of the term the melting pot. I actually don't like it. Why? Because
oh, you don't like it.
In a melting pot, when you're talking about like a soup, everything looks the same.
Right.
We're the salad bowl. The lettuce is lettuce, the tomato is tomato, the cucumber is cucumber, and they all complement each other.
I don't think they do complement each other. I think a lot of the people in your enclave say assimilate to us or else. Oh, I totally missed this. What? Kenneth. Not strictly football, strictly footloose. I couldn't say that. Strictly footloose. Strictly footloose. Strictly footloose. No, strictly football. Kenneth, off the top rope with a super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. David saying Crockett is just awful. Kenneth, Miss Crockett. Of it. She's a crock. David saying everything's out of control. Please, white hats, take it down. I know those fights, sick people, trash warning people, carry and protect yourself. Yeah, I mean, you know, it would have worked wonders. A little bit of pepper spray right there. Just blast it everywhere while those kids choke. Get out of that situation. Please carry. Jeanette says that's what these people see, and that's what they emulate. It's sick. Can somewhere, anywhere, anyone hold these people accountable for anything already? Nate Friedman says illegal immigrant Uber Eats driver says they love to drive for Uber because they can earn $40 an hour and not know any English. I would love to get to the bottom of Uber and Lyft. I've had Lyft and Uber drivers pick me up and not be the person they say they are, not the right vehicle, don't speak a word of English. It makes me incredibly uncomfortable and angry. That's not what Uber and Lyft are selling to their customers, and they're giving us God knows who from God knows where with God knows what background check. I'm not okay with that. These people say they fled socialist Venezuela and now support Mamdani. They pledge to vote for similar candidates to Mamdani when they become citizens. New York City has funneled $7 billion taxpayer dollars to the migrant crisis, and Mamdani pledges to use his NYPD to stop ICE from terrorizing New Yorkers. If you come to New York City, you'll see 99% of delivery drivers are illegal immigrants. Oh my God. They rent and buy their DoorDash accounts since all you need is a social security number, which the majority got under Biden after applying for asylum. But if they didn't, they can simply rent or buy the account. New York City is falling, Nate Friedman says. Owner of a Charlotte bakery says he's shutting down business to protect his customers and the immigrant community from Federal Border Patrol conducting operations in the area. He says he'll open back up when we stop the racism. Okay, AKA when we stop deporting foreign criminals. Let's be real. The only reason he's closing is because he has illegal workers and his customers are illegal too. I should stick around and scoop them all up.
You know, and I'm going to close the doors. I don't know when I'm going to open back. Thank you to all the community and to all the people that have support.
Okay. Wall Street Apes shows this woman on food stamps saying her EBT was only partially loaded. So unfortunately, she'll have to save her leftovers for another night. You know, I live off leftovers. Always have. That's what you eat first. You don't let food go to waste. This is how most Americans who pay for their own food already live in the real world. The EBT program should end and switch to food boxes. But that is taco pasta, having leftovers and freezing the rest for another night. I didn't see her say unfortunately. But that's how you're supposed to do it. That's how smart people do it. That's how you have to do it. I have had a problem with America first and America only, but Matt Walsh kind of sums up a different explanation of America only. This one I could probably get behind.
You know, I'm America only in the same sort of sense that I am my family only. My priority is my family. I will never put any other family above my own. I will help other families only to the extent that it brings no harm to my own family. My family is the only family that I treat as my family because it is my only family. There will never be a time when the interests of another family will come before my own. If I had to choose between rescuing 1,000 strangers from a fire or just one of my children, I would choose my child without hesitation. It could be 1,000,000 strangers that I could rescue or just one of my children, and I will choose my child. I'd say that's my family only. And I also think that every parent would do the same. Now, our leaders are not our parents, and we're not their children, so I hesitate a little bit to make those kinds of analogies, but the same general principle should apply. They should prioritize their people, Americans, above all other people on earth. They should concern themselves with other nations only to the degree that it benefits Americans. If they could choose between helping 10 million foreigners or one American family, they should choose the American family without hesitation. If they could help 10 million foreigners, but it would harm one American family, then they should not help those 10 million foreigners. Okay, this is what it means to be a nation, a people, or what it should mean. And from the time George Washington was president, no American, no one who truly cared about conserving and protecting this country disagreed with this. It's obvious. Now, from the responses I received over the weekend, it is clear that my statements are now considered highly incendiary, even among some conservatives, for stating that our leaders should exclusively prioritize America's interests only. That's what we mean by American only. The only interests that matter are our own. And for saying that, I was criticized from many directions. And I also received some words of concern, or perhaps more eager anticipation from other commentators who prophesied that I would be fired for that video that I just played. A lot of comments like that. Well, if you're hearing this and you're watching it, it seems safe to say that I was not, in fact, fired from my job for saying that we should prioritize America's interests. Nor would it have made much sense if I had been, because I've been saying the same thing for many years now, and it's also just really obvious.
Yeah, I agree. I saw a concerning video that said it was a bunch of mothers holding their children, and they were asked, "Would you kill to save your kid's life?" They're like, oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. It's like, huh? Yeah, without hesitation. Everybody, if you had to. You do whatever's needed to protect your own. That's why you have a very robust checkpoint screening apparatus to not get enclaves of people to bring different cultures here. It's people that want to assimilate. That Mayor of Dearborn hates that. Well, tough for you. We have freedoms and liberties here, and if you want to bring in ideology that's not compatible, there's the door. You want to come in here and cause harm? I'm all for making it a nationwide penalty. Corporal punishment. Capital punishment, rather. Corporal school. Right? Capital punishment for any illegal alien that comes in here and harms an American. Let's set the tone. How dare you? Danette currently lives off potato and eggs. Yeah, I'm not far away from that. A lot of eggs. I've really ramped up the egg. High protein, pretty straightforward. 2 ingredient, egg and butter, Marion, dang straight I would. Yeah, same here with me too. This is our show. Shedeur Sanders is starting for the Browns versus the Raiders. Game 1 was not fantastic, but he had no time to prepare.
Not to anybody.
See, look, here's our show. No, thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and
just to you. I don't know if it's all 100 on both. I don't know if it's 100 yards on both.
So check out that show. That's the Unhappy Hour. Woman in Charlotte, North Carolina records ICE conducting operations in a Home Depot parking lot. Oh, there's music. Am I allowed to play it? She says something to him.
God, they're really here?
Yep.
They're really here? Yep. They got music playing. Well. Woodworker says Home Depot's dead during peak morning hours. I'm convinced more than ever that it's more than 80 million illegal alien invaders in this country. This is for David. It says crime in Canada is so bad, everything is behind metal bars at the Home Depot in Vancouver. I mean, come on. Jeff says back in March, there were hysterical warnings that the price of lumber would skyrocket because of tariffs against Canada. I went to Home Depot and took photos of the prices, the first 4 lumber bins nearest the entrance. Last week, I went back and took photos of the same bins again. And he's saying that everything went down. $385 down to $355, $374 to $347, $382 to $348, $842 to $667. There you go. Sid says X and many other platforms were down for a while due to a Cloudflare issue. Funny part, even Down Detector was down. So you couldn't detect what was down because Down Defender was down. That happened to me today. And Grok has been very temperamental the past few days. Cloudflare down, websites such as X not working amid technical problems with the internet. Cloudflare, they're just calling it a crash. They didn't say it was a terroristic attack, but I'm not entirely certain. What is this? They're saying Clay Higgins, who compares his love for Israel to his love for his wife and daughter, was the only member of Congress to vote no on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Is this real?
Okay, so can you answer the original question? Who do you care about more, U.S. or Israel?
There's no variance. It's like you're asking, more than your daughter.
Well,
do you love your wife more than your daughter?
Okay. Well, it has music, so I got to move on. They're saying investigate Clay Higgins. Uh-oh. Huh. 2 no votes from Republicans, 3 for Democrats.
The yeas are 427. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Okay, then. So that's happening. 16 minutes ago, U.S. House votes to release the Epstein files, 427 to 1. Now it goes to the U.S. Senate. Okay, now. All right, and that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Actually, eggs and potato salad, like those are good when you put eggs into the potato salad. Oh, a lot of mayo. Got to get like that avocado oil mayo. I don't want any of that seed oil stuff. I'll pass. Speaking of pass, we'll have our football show on today. Kenneth, what did you call it? Strictly Footloose on the super chat, $5. Thank you, sir. Strictly Footloose? No, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezra L. Robinson. Today at 6 p.m. Eastern, Strictly Football here on the New American Media. Also check out the Unhappy Hour sports show earlier today covering Bernie Kosar's liver transplant, the new Cleveland Browns Stadium, Shadur Sanders getting his first start in Las Vegas this week, as well as some Cleveland Guardians talk, some Cleveland Cavaliers talk, and the number 1 team in the nation, the Ohio State Buckeyes talk. All right, check out them shows. What I'm going to do now is I am going to deliver a rebroadcast of yesterday's program. Please, keep the show on in the background if you have other things to do, or watch it if you missed yesterday's show, or if it's such a doggone good show, watch it twice. But it'll be there. And I am going to make your own mayo. I've never made my own mayo, but looking at the price of these things, it's like $15 for a jar of mayo. It's because they're devaluing your currency. Also, good ingredients cost more, but yeah. Make your own mayo. I need to do that. I really do want to do that. It's just like avocado oil, a little vinegar, a little an egg or something. I've never made it, but I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share the show, Super Chat, Rumble Rant, and all the other places that you get to make the donations at the bottom of the screen. Thank you very much. And then we are going to go to yesterday's show here. As soon as let's see, what do I need to click? Oh, health subsidies to Americans. Wait a second now. Hold on. I wanted to get to that story. It's like kind of my number one story. Hang on a second. I thought I got to the stories I need to. They're saying this is Irving time, by the way. They say there's 2 Sharia courts operating, already ruling on over 300 cases. Do you understand how serious this Islam situation is in America, says Wall Street Apes. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., shortly before being shot and ended, exposes his own party's plan to destroy the black community. He didn't like the culture of dependency that was emerging from the Great Society.
We don't want to destroy financially every city in the United States. We're going to have to get people off welfare.
Look at that. We're going to have to get people off welfare.
Welfare is not the answer. It destroys the individual and destroys his family.
Welfare destroys the individual and destroys the families.
The only answer to that is to find jobs, make jobs available.
And the only answer is you got to make jobs available and find jobs for people.
You can't just tell them to go to work if there are no jobs available.
Huh. Very interesting. What is this? Canada police forcibly turn off the Canadian anthem in Toronto City Hall in opt of hearing the Palestinian anthem in the distance? I wonder if I'm going to get a copyright strike for this.
Don't bother me during the national.
This lady is telling him you can't listen to the Canadian national anthem. There's another lady. Yeah, here's a bunch of ladies saying you're not allowed to play the national anthem of your own country in your own country. I really don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike for "Oh Canada."
Excuse me, don't touch my property, first of all. That's "Oh Canada" you just disrespected. Do you understand that? Do you understand what you just did? You disrespected our country, ma'am. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada.
I think he's saying there's no amplification.
Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God bless Canada.
Look at these looks. They hate that people want to keep national identity. Unlimited L's tells you about this. This is in Panama City, Florida. New a teen who was released early from prison for 3 attempted M's, arrested days later in a deadly mistaken identity shooting. Tammy Chambers found deceased in her car in Panama City, Florida. She was on the phone with her husband during the incident. Davion Sutton has been released from state prison just 9 days before. Now he faces M charges and firearm charges. Camila Armstead, 33, charged with accessory after the fact. Uriah Armstead, charged with the M. Sutton served 18 months of a 4-year sentence for a 22 attempted M and was on probation. Why are you letting these people out? Matt Van Swole's starting to lose it. None of these people gave a good goddamn about Irina Zarutska being stabbed to death on the light rail line in their city. They didn't protest her, but when illegal alien criminals get arrested, they all show up. I don't get it. Uh-huh. Aaliyah Scudacaster is there. Met her in D.C. and Chicago, and it's this whole industry of activism, for hire, activism, constant activism. Got to film it to disseminate it, or else, if it's a tree falling in the woods. In case you missed it, Charlotte reelected the mayor who presided over Irina Zarutska. Lady should have been ran out of town on a rail. Bernie Kosar gives an update after his successful liver transplant.
Hey, I'm out and I'm feeling good. It's ready to enjoy the rest of the week and the rest of our lives. You matter.
There you go. Congrats. Chad Prather says, here's a guy with a giant net chasing pigeons. Like knocking up dinner. I'm updating a line about dogs and cats. They include they're eating the pigeons, they're eating At this point, the birds are filing their own asylum claims. Where is the story that I could have swore I shared this, but I don't see it in my stack. Healthcare payments to Americans. I want to play you this clip from President Trump. Trump subsidy Americans health. I did put it as the top topic, and I can see like the video. President Trump is pushing a shift in healthcare, arguing that money now tied to the ACA subsidies should go directly into individual accounts for people to buy their own coverage, cutting out insurance middle layers and giving families clearer control of their costs. Okay, that is what I wanted to share with you. President Trump recommends to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so that they can purchase their own much better health care and have money left over. In other words, take from the big bad insurance companies, give it to the people, and terminate, per dollar spent, the worst health care anywhere in the world, Obamacare. Unrelated, we must still terminate the filibuster. There we go. That's the story that I had as the top story. It seems relevant. It seems important. It seems helpful. Seems like it's something worth trying. Kenneth calls it can of duh. Yeah, a lot of people feel like they're being run by can of duh people. Pray for our neighbors to the north if they get their act together. Once again, Cleveland being a border city with Canada. Something you don't think about much. All right, that was the extent of what I wanted to share with you today. I am going to go live in about 2 hours, 45 minutes. And for now, I'm going to pull up this tab and play you yesterday's program. Thank you all for being here. I knew I had more stories, and I was able to finally deliver them to you. Yes, Nimbus, I know. All right, so thank you. I appreciate you. I love you. We'll talk to you again soon. Here is yesterday's program. Thanks, everyone. Here it goes. Coffee. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. Thank you for being with us today, Monday, November 17th, 2025, because you have located us here on the TNAM Daily Show. Here, I can do this better. You've located us on the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM. What's that stand for? The new American media, because the old American media has failed you. Yes, Trump has reversed course. That's President Trump. For those of you in Rio Linda, California, that's President Trump. It's weird not having Rush Limbaugh around. Such a prominent voice in the daily political movement. For those of you in Rio Linda, California, holding this in my formerly nicotine-stained hands. Always crumple the paper. Thank you all for being here. We're going to talk about Trump reversing course on releasing Epstein documents. We're going to talk about the President Trump alleged pew-pewer, Tucker Carlson, and now more information is coming out. It seems like some information wasn't really put out there properly, huh? False reports, no digital footprint. Remember when you were told there was no digital footprint? Remember all of these? Well, maybe that's not quite accurate. And of course, the grab bag of whatever dumps out onto the desk when our TNAM trash pandas, the raccoons, when we have a chance to rifle through the rubbish, trying to separate fake news from fact. That's what we do here. And that's why we appreciate you being around for, if today's your first day, or if you've been around for 15 years of us trying to build a reputation by trying to get things mostly accurate and having interesting conversations with interesting people. Well, thank you. Be it day one, be it year 15. Regardless, this is the time that we launch the program, so let it begin right now.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
Hello there. Hey. Howdy. Sup, everybody. Let's welcome you into the chat, everyone. Howdy, Marion. Howdy, Trash. Trash Panda. Files? What files? The files in Pam's desk? There are no files. We have a truckload of them. We will never release the files. The files are fake news. Release the files. What movie is this? Seriously. And look, we're not going to re-victimize the women on those videos. Also, there are no videos. Okay, Cash. I mean, this is dragged on for how many years now? Year after year after. What are we on? 5 years of this Epstein stuff? Not to say it's less important. It's just to say, WTF, mate. What the farfignugan? Hello, John. Droopy Dog. Lake Leon. Winners, RIP L. Rushbo. Oh, I got to change the design on this screen because, you know, I need to. I have told them to fix that, but they will not fix it. I'm not in charge of this Restream software. I just do the best I can. And part of doing the best that I can includes asking you to follow us on the following locations for the New American Media. The New American Media is on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odysee, Twitch, Kick, D Live, Locals, and YouTube. At the New American Media, we're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat, on X at American_Media_, and subscribe to our podcasts, The Agree to Disagree Show, and The Unhappy Hour on Spotify and Apple. Also, quick reminder, welcome to the bar. We're going to talk about all the stories on the television screens behind us. We're going to have a good time chatting about what's happening in the universe. The tip jars are out if anybody is feeling like replenishing the coffers in the TNAM universe. We're just like anything else. We require daily fuel. We're like that. Hey, do you remember going to like a Kmart back in the day? I'm trying to remember what else had them. Maybe a Big Lots, like strip mall, big store type locations. And they'd have that thing outside where you'd put I don't know, what would you put in there? A nickel, a dime, a quarter? And it would be like a horse or like a rocket ship, and it would kind of like rock back and forth, and you'd put your kid on there and take a picture, or they get to have some fun. Yeah, we're like that. You walk into the store, clank something into the tip jar. It's always appreciated. But yeah, we're on Patreon, monthly subscriptions there, monthly on YouTube memberships, and monthly on Rumble memberships. If anyone would be so kind, they do exist, and they're super appreciated. Rumble rants and super chats. Great way to get a highlighted message across and to just publicly throw something in, because, I used to do this when I would bartend, and then I would do this as a guest while other people were bartending, usually like weddings or special events. I would take some money out and I would leave it on the table. I would leave it up on the bar. As a guest, I would say, hey, did your manager tell you that you can't have money out? Did your manager tell you that I can't put money out? Can I put this out here to remind other people to throw a few bucks into your tip jar? They're like, yeah, man, I can't, but if you could, that'd be awesome. And sometimes you would. You just leave a couple dollars laying around your workstation. So when you hand them your drink, you this is the right here. So thank you to everyone supporting us there. We're also on Venmo and Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman, ENGELMAN. And then our PayPal is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Yeah, special thanks to John and the people who have been watching our videos over the past 2.5 years on Rumble, I think. Maybe 3 years, coming up on 3 years, maybe. Blake sort of got me back into it. Just when I was out, he brought me back in. And yeah, we just processed our first transfer from Rumble to one of our accounts. Now we got to get it from that account to another account, but we're at least establishing pathways. Space travel, it's going to be like, okay, we got Earth, cool. Can we get to the moon? Can we get our base? What can we do here? Okay, that's a station. Now we can move from that. So a quick note here. I'm getting a message. Yeah, just quick prayer. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, Grand Architect of the Universe, thank you so much for this day. Please be with Bernie Kosar, legendary Browns quarterback, and the team of University Hospitals, and the family of Bryce Dunlap. Bernie is set to receive a much-needed liver transplant today. So please guide their hands and give them strength and watch over them. Send your best angels to make sure we get to keep Bernie Kosar on this universe, on this universal plane for just a little bit longer, hopefully a lot longer. But let's get this done today. In your name we pray, amen. Yeah, Bernie Kosar, man. I'm a huge sports fan. Yesterday we did a live stream. I think John popped in. Thanks for popping in, John. John Popper, they call him. Because the hack brings you back. Lie telling you no lies. Some strange notes up there. John Popper. That's a great nickname. Anyway. The hell was I even talking about? Bernie Kosar. Yeah, we did a live stream yesterday. I do a sports show called The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. That is the name of the podcast. Please link up with us there. We also do Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. Sorry. Strictly Football. I think we'll be doing that tomorrow. I hope tomorrow. I loved that we split it into 2 episodes. So, yeah, huge sports fan, huge Bernie Kosar fan, and really hoping for the best there. Would love to get a fantastic update. Fingers crossed. Yeah, tough loss yesterday. Browns found a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Shedeur Sanders got his first playing time. Turns out he'd never got any practice with the first-team offense this whole year. I consider that to be dereliction of duty, but I digress. All right, everybody, let's jump into the news and see what people are talking about, and then we'll offer our opinions, shall we? I think we have this on the screen. Let's go side by side. And let's listen to Batya Unger Sargon, who said she used to have Trump derangement syndrome. How did she cure it?
Woke. I had the TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome. I thought everybody who voted for Donald Trump was a racist. All that changed when I encountered a Yale study in 2018. The study found that there was a difference between how white liberals and white conservatives talk when they talk to black people. Now, when I saw the headline, I was jubilant. We got him. That's what I thought.
It was the opposite.
Turns out the opposite was true. The study found that when white liberals talk to black people, they do something called presenting lower competence.
Presenting lower competence. You can say infantilizing. These are the white knights, the wimpy whites that we've talked about, the ones ruining America, the wimpy whites. Thinking people who are not exactly like them, well, bless them. They just have no chance without our help, huh? No, they got plenty of help if you just get out of their way and stop treating them like infants and stop lying to them and rage baiting them all the time, whoever they are, anyone who's not a wimpy white. This is like a blanket that they just throw over top of anyone who's not a wimpy white. So what was it called? Present themselves less competent in interactions. I can't rewind it, but okay.
They don't.
Oh, presenting lower competence. Sorry, I was trying to read the middle, not the bottom. Presenting lower competence. They dumb down their vocab.
Dumb down their vocabulary using fewer syllables than they do when they talk to white people.
And by the way, I think using more syllables is one of the best things you can do. It's one of my favorite things on earth. And I do miss you, John Chatro. Haven't been able to find you for years. Hope you're out there. Say hello. You were always so fun to talk to. But yeah, trying to say that like nobody has a chance unless you get all of our help. It's like, nah, man, you can take your God complex elsewhere. Teach people the core competence. Teach people the core competencies. There we go. Competencies. How to stay out of trouble. The big pitfalls to avoid. Just do it. Yeah, Democrats, they don't act that way.
And white conservatives don't do this. I remember seeing the study and thinking with horror. And we liberals call conservatives racist? What could be more racist than the patronizing view that black people need to be protected from our big vocabularies?
And like I said, I don't think this is just about black people. I think it's about anybody who's not a wimpy white. Oh, you're brown, you're yellow, you're peach. I don't know. Peach is, I guess, white. The whole color thing's just so stupid. But that being said, I think it's about anyone non-white for the wimpy whites.
Yet it was this patronizing view that minorities are oppressed and in need of saving that I could suddenly see was at play in much of the progressive worldview. It caused me to think, well, if I'm wrong about conservatives being racist.
I love the sound behind her. It sounds like someone's walking a dog. I'm listening to all sorts of stuff.
What else might I be wrong about? A lot. it turns out. I used to be pretty woke. I had...
No. Welcome back. Well, welcome back to sanity. There we go. I was going to say welcome back from the dark side, but I think there's a few too many political implications, racial implications, given the context of this conversation that she's having, for me to use the dark side. I got a Busch Gardens Dark Continent mug, and I'm like, the Dark Continent of Africa. Now there's some interesting terminology. I was going to say something a couple of days ago on the show. I'm constantly trying to not self-censor or not self-edit, but like maybe self-edit is fair. I try to hear what's about to happen, but I don't have this show mapped out. I don't have a script. I'm not sitting here reading you something that I typed up and the producer kind of tightened up and it's going to be scrolling right in front of me. You know, maybe I could read a teleprompter. I'm constantly trying to find better ways to say things and constantly trying to find ways to catch myself from saying something that might be a little inarticulate. But yeah, I was a couple days ago. I think I believe the phrase I was going to say was he stuck his neck out or risked his neck or put his neck on the line or something like that. But I was actually mid-sentence talking about Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, no, that's not where I'm intending to take this conversation. Let me find a way to immediately self-censor, self-edit. Whatever the thought I had was, I can find a better way to articulate that message. Anyway. Welcome back, Batya Unger Sargon, from that side of things. All right, this story no longer available. I guess I must have missed the 24-hour window trying to catch these stories. Here's another one. Let's take a listen. It's about Sharia law. This is Peter McIlvenna on Real America's Voice. I believe, yeah, it's War Room with, well, you know the guy.
By the end of the decade,
Steve Bannon
will have more mosques than any other state in the U.S. At the moment, California, I think, has got around 400 mosques. Texas is around 350.
It's a thick accent, but mosque. That's mosque. Mosque.
But Texas added 50 mosques.
Elon Musk. Texas added one mosque. Elon Musk. No, mosque. Like mosquito.
Over the last 24 months, and that is rapidly increasing. In Irving,
Hang on, slow down.
I love when Bannon does that. Because of the tape delay. The tape delay is so tough to get used to. But hang on. It is an art form. Like, it is a good method. I've noticed he does that every now and then. He'll have to repeat something 6 to 15 times.
They've added how many mosques in the last 24 months?
In 2 years, Texas added...
How many?
48 mosques in the last 24 months.
48 mosques. They're all Elon's children. 48 mosques. You have X mosque, Y mosque, Z mosque, Danny mosque, Mosque Jr., and a whole bunch of more mosques. No, mosque, not musk. Oh, crikey.
And that is rapidly increasing. And where I was...
Hang on, they're opening multiple mosques per month in the state of Texas?
Yes, and this is not Epic City issue, which is one area that everyone is focusing on, thank God. This is across, and this is primarily in the Dallas, Houston area, and of course down in Austin. This is in the...
Yes, down in Austin where Elon Musk moved. So that's one mosque in Austin. We call it Mosqueton. No, not mosque, mosque.
urban areas. I think the huge amount of, I need to look at my figures, but there are around 200 mosques, 250.
All of Elon's children wants to send them to Mars.
Mosques, I think, that are now in
48 mosques, all Elon's babies' mamas.
The Dallas, Houston area, and around 100 plus mosques in Austin.
It's a mosque family reunion.
And where I was in Irving, which is kind of between Fort Worth and Dallas.
By the way, just to reference, blue light special at Kmart and the popcorn machine. Oh, yeah, and the ices. Come on, going to Kmart was like a big deal. That was so fun back in the day. Trash Panda gave us an amen for Bernie Kosar. Fantastic. Marion says, no, Bannon repeats that too often. Too often that I can hardly listen to. Yeah, he does do that a lot, doesn't he? Hang on. I have just I don't binge a lot of content. I don't really watch a lot of TV. So I guess maybe if I watched War Room, they used my segment on War Room. I talked with Posobiec in the Bronx about the Trump rally. That was awesome. I didn't binge watch Charlie Kirk. He has a Charlie Kirk show on Real America's Voice. The Five, Greg Gutfeld. It's a good daily, well-produced segment of stuff, but like I just don't watch a lot. I don't consume a lot. I've tried to structure my days so that I am giving. You know what I love? I love. What's the Mitch Hedberg joke? You know what I love? Baked potatoes. Oh, come on, man. You had to give me time to guess. There was no time in between the end of your question and the answer. You know what I love? Mashed potatoes, baked potatoes. Oh, I love a lot of stuff. I love reaction videos. I love music reaction videos. Play a song, get the reaction, call it a day. It's pretty cool. I love watching people react to stuff for the first time. It's like, all right. Especially the band Tool. There's so many layers to the songwriting. It's such an impressive catalog of music. Best band ever created. To anyone in the comments, please, question of the day. Who's the best band ever created? QOTD BBE, best band ever. Who's the best band of all time? But I love watching reaction videos. So in a way, what you're getting from me, I will listen to some podcasts. I'll have some things on, maybe hour and a half long shows that I'll listen to. They'll be on while I'm, tending to my cats, going about chores, daily life, travel. Like I'll listen to shows. But I don't sit and watch TV. And with social media, I'll scroll, and if it looks interesting enough, I kind of just send it. And then when we get on the TNAM Daily Show, it's like, all right, cracks knuckles. Time to unpack the news. And now it's like me really sitting down and seeing content for the first time. So anyway, the point being, I haven't until recently noticed how many times Bannon will say something similar to hang on, or hold on. I didn't know that you, Marion, also felt the same way. Or do a lot of people note, is that like a known catchphrase of his, or a known idiosyncrasy, or defining characteristic? Because he broadcasts a lot. Like I said, I just don't do a ton of consumption. Okay, Bannon, yes. Hang on. Get them marbles out your mouth when you say musk, mosques. The fook. Okay, enough already. Fine. Yeah. After the last hang on, he always says, back in a minute after this break. Oh, that's right. Well, but look, to be fair, and I had to. Number one, my tiny viewfinder was difficult to gauge what was happening in the Bronx on a live feed with several Real America's Voice shows. My earpiece was not loud enough to. Some guy had set up right behind me with like a speaker system. Turned out to be quite challenging. You're kind of flying blind. But when you're trying to hit hard studio breaks, you're trying to hit hard commercial breaks. And I'm not super versed at this because my shows are freeform. I deliver I don't want to say a Rogan style or a Corolla style, but I mean, the show can be an hour long, it can be 4 hours long. I don't care, whatever. I'm an innings eater. You know, if a starting pitcher goes out after the third, fourth inning, like, put me in, coach. I'll pitch 1 inning, 2 inning, 3 inning, 4 inning, 5 inning. I'll pitch 7 innings out of the bullpen. I don't care. I'm a pitcher. Let me pitch. But yeah, just difference in styles and practice and technique. But yeah, I guess if he's always adding, back in a minute after this break, it's because he's got someone in his ear going 10, 9, 6. And maybe they do it every other, like 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's a hard break. So if you can't get the guest to wrap it up, put a bow on that sentence and like press pause, like you're coming up on. So it was tough for me when I was reporting because I couldn't see a countdown. I couldn't hear my producer. My camera guy's over here. I'm trying to communicate with him barely. I got 1 in, 1 out, like with the earbuds. I think he was listening on one. I was listening on one. It was not ideal. But whatever, you make it work. You do the best you can with what you got where you are. And I love it. I'll do that. I'll do all of that. I enjoy that. But yeah, that's why he says back in a minute after this break, because he literally has to wrap it up. So I get it. I just don't have a lot of experience with it. Question of the day, Marion says, I enjoy the Eagles, but probably not the best band ever. Fun fact of the day, I used to work at the Eagles agency, the agency that represented the Eagles and all the other world's largest performing artists. Not all of them, but you know, we were the world's largest. Then there was a merger with Endeavor. William Morris Endeavor, and then it's just Endeavor. Yes, Bannon does that multiple times a day. He can't help himself. But like I said, he's trying to coordinate on a tape delay. That's the other thing. If he doesn't start when he gets the 15-second warning at 10 seconds, to give them 5 seconds to catch up to the tape delay, to finish in 5 seconds, they're going to blow. They're not going to finish the thought. They're going to jump into commercial mid-sentence. It's sloppy. So I get why he does it. I totally get why he does it. Trash Panda would do Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd. Trapped on a desert island, only one band's entire catalog of music. But when you have 30 seconds of hang-ons, you could have had the last words already. I know. That's I definitely understand the dilemma there. Anyway, let's finish up with Peter McIlvenna warning about a mosque a month.
Just by the airport, by DFW, there are 2 Sharia courts operating. And I know that your viewers and listeners, Steve, will think, because of the rhetoric coming out from the Republican Party, that actually there's a stop on any Sharia courts. That is not happening. There's a stop on Epic City. This is not happening in Texas. But yet there are 2 Sharia courts. One of them has, I think, ruled on 200 cases in the last year. The other one ruled on 100. And these are voluntary.
Hang on. You can't have Sharia courts here in the United States of America. How do we have 2 Sharia courts that are actually, handing down decisions and verdicts in the great state of Texas, sir?
Because as in UK, we have moved away as natives from certain areas because the police are too busy, the courts are too busy, the local authorities are too busy. And if a community will deal with their issues, then we will accept that. Now, these verdicts are not legally binding, just as in the UK and 85 Sharia courts, they're not legally binding, but they are binding for those communities, because these women, they don't speak English. They don't have any clue that there is a world outside. They may live in Texas, but really they live in 7th century Arabia. That's all they know. So positionally they're in the USA, but mentally, by the end of the decade, we'll have more mosques than...
Oh, it cuts this off, but he says, you know, what I forget. Sorry, I was typing and reading and listening. He said physically they're in Texas, the United States, but mentally they're in Arabia. They're in some sandy, backward, oppressive place. And that's just stunning to think about. David Ban. Hello, David Ban. Welcome from Ontario. Saw the Eagles years ago. Close your eyes while you're at their show and you think you're listening to the CD. Oh, yeah. They're fantastic. What happened with your Browns yesterday? You almost had it. It's like that Geico. I think it's Geico, and it's like the old man fishing. He's like, almost got it. Almost got it. And it's like someone trying to reach down and pick up some money. Yeah, Josh didn't look great, but still had 6 TDs. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how. If you don't look great, I'll take a not looking great 6 TDs. Like, that's not even a thing. Please. I'm all in on 6 TDs. Browns were winning with Dylan Gabriel, but they got the injury. Anyway. Let's keep plowing forward because I'm starting to miss some of these stories. Okay, this is not good. A large section of a copper mine collapsed on workers in the Democratic Republic of Congo, killing an estimated 30 to 50 people and leaving dozens more trapped under the rubble. So let me jump over to X and find out what we know about this. Who, what, where, when, why. The when of this was November 15th. Okay, this was 2 days ago. Rescue operations began immediately. Dear Lord, send your angels to look over the people impacted by this. Help them the best you can. Amen. Death toll updates emerging as recoveries from the flooded pit begin. Chain of preventable factors rooted in DRC's hazardous artisanal mining sector. Panic and overcrowding, gunfire from military personnel secured the site against illegal entry, sparked a mass panic. Caused hundreds of miners to rush onto the overloaded bridge. Rains flooded the pit and prompted an access ban, but the makeshift bridge, likely poorly constructed, was not reinforced for such loads. 10,000 informal miners operating without safety equipment or training. DRC's mineral wealth fuels global supply chains but exacerbates local poverty, conflict, and environmental risks, with similar collapses reoccurring yearly. That's not good. Kawama or Kalando semi-industrial copper and cobalt mine in Lualaba province, Democratic Republic of the Congo, near the city of Kolwezi. Global hub for mineral extraction, produces 70% of the world's cobalt, vital for EV batteries and electronics. Insignificant copper, but it's plagued by unregulated artisanal sites amid decades of conflict and corruption. All right, so it sounds like this whole thing needs sounds like it needs Elon to get his ass in there and figure out how to make it safe. There's somebody that understands the need for electronic batteries, getting all of the mineral resources, and digging into the earth. You want to see that stuff get cleaned up. But I saw the video and I didn't know How many? Uh, 32 people. Some reports show 70 or more, with people missing or in flooded areas. Ongoing rescue. 20 critically injured. All right, yes, that was bad. But as we're digging around for these necessary rare earth minerals, I don't know if this, I don't know, does cobalt, you know what, let me just ask, instead of asking you. Cobalt and copper count as rare earth minerals? No. They're critical minerals. Cobalt, copper, nickel. By the way, we're done with the penny. How do you feel? Question of the day. How do you feel about being done with the penny? The penny just ceased production. Talking about thanks, Abbott, or thanks, Obama. Thanks, Biden. Thanks, Mayorkas. Thanks, Harris. Kenneth. Hello, Kenneth. Was Barney part of the rubble? What was Barney's catchphrase? I know Fred did the yabba dabba do, but what were the other Flintstones catchphrases? I haven't watched the Flintstones in so long. David the band leader. And Marion Cook. Well, what does Marion cook? Okay, here's a good question of the day. Give me one meal that you're famous for making. Type it in the comments. QOTD, what's one thing that you do cook well? What is one thing I do well? I don't cook all that regularly. I could cook more regularly. I can make a good omelet. What do I make well? I got like a 4-ingredient chili that's pretty doggone good. All right. Here is President Trump on Fox. You know, the Democrats with their 43-day government shutdown, pointlessly inflicting harm on American citizens and trying to disrupt a successful term for President Trump. So now they got to pivot onto something else to make Trump look bad for us. So here's the latest.
Mr. President, Tucker Carlson recently had a friendly interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes.
Oh, there you go. Tucker Carlson recently had a friendly interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes, is said.
Tucker Carlson, what role do you think Tucker Carlson should play in the Republican Party and the conservative movement going forward?
What role should Tucker Carlson play in the Republican Party? He's in his own lane. Tucker is his own lane. What do you mean play in the Republican? The Republican Party needs Tucker. Tucker doesn't need the Republican Party. It's like they used to say back in 08. What year are we even talking? When LeBron James, when he left the Cavaliers the first time and went down to Miami. I'm taking my talents to South Beach, jerk. I said it at the time. LeBron is bigger than a big market. He doesn't need Miami. Miami needs him. New York, LA. LeBron doesn't need New York and LA. New York and LA need LeBron. And if you're really the greatest of all time, the GOAT, as I consider him to be, longevity, just the all-around prowess. I think he's the most complete basketball player in the history of basketball. But that being said, there was talk, well, he needs to get out of Cleveland. He needs to go to a bigger market. No. It's, you got it flipped. You got it twisted. LeBron is the market. So when this reporter's trying to ask, what role does Tucker Carlson have in the Republican Party? It's like, you think Tucker gives a flying crap about the Republican Party? I don't get that sense. I don't get him as a party man. Okay, he used to be a party man, but I don't mean political party. You know, little drinky drink, a little party. Yeah, it's an interesting question. And here's Trump's response, President Trump's response.
Well, I found him to be good. I mean, he said good things about me over the years.
And there's Trump's go-to. If you say good things about Trump, he likes you. That is a dangerous place to be, where you start to surround yourself with sycophants. I think that's what I was aiming for. Yes men. Fluffers. You do need people in the inner circle that are going to tell you some uncomfortable truths. But yeah, Trump's go-to is usually, if he said something nice about me, then I like him. And there's a lot more to it, but he continues.
I think he's good. We've had some good interviews.
I think he's good. We've had some good interviews.
I did an interview with him. We had 300 million hits. You know that.
And what does a good interview mean? It means lots of coverage, lots of views. It's all about data and statistics and view count.
Look, I can't tell him. Will you let me finish my statement? You are the worst. You're with Bloomberg, right? You are the worst. I don't know why they even have you. We've had some great interviews with Tucker Carlson, but you can't tell him who to interview. I mean, if he wants to interview Nick Fuentes, I don't know much about him, but if he wants to do it, get the word out. Let him, people have to decide. Ultimately, people have to decide the formula. Yeah.
Mr. President, Tucker Carlson recently had a friendly interview with anti-Semite.
Anti-Semite, they say. Framing things into neat little boxes. I don't like blanket terms like anti-Semite or racist or comma ... It's very easy to just try to put somebody into a box and say, no, here's what you are. Oh, is this what I is? Is it? You can be critical of people's actions without hating the entire group, right? You can be critical of military or undercover operations and not hate every member of a group. You can be very critical of people's actions and not hate every member of a group. So it's just lazy to call someone a racist or an anti this or a phobic that. I don't like it. It's very dismissive of the actual point of the feeling behind why they're bringing that stuff up. Fluffer Carlson. I heard Carlson went trans. Now they're back to calling him Tucker Carlson. Wow, Trash Panda. Your wife, Fluffer. My wife does that when I crawl out of the bed. Fluffer the sheets. Okay. That's also a terminology for certain movies that keep certain actors ready to go. You could have went a different direction with that joke, but I do appreciate it. Marion makes a homemade chicken pot pie. Are these homemade chickens? Are these farm-raised chickens? Yeah, it costs 3 cents to make a penny. Actually, I read today it costs 4 cents to make a penny. How about we just revalue instead of devalue the price of our currency? Huh? Maybe make the money that we use worth something, worth a damn? No. Just got to keep crushing inflation, keep raising prices everywhere. Devaluing our currency by printing trillions of it. I think the penny is done already. I do have some information in the stack if I can get to it. So, David, Barney had the drunk sounding voice. Oh, I used to do a Barney. I can't even hear him in my mind's eye. What did Barney even sound like? Anyway, yes, I do think that's the case. Yeah, but look, when Trump says get the word out, did you hear the latest? What President Trump said? He said anti-Semites need to get the word out. No, you dorks. He called Nazis very fine people. No, he didn't. Get the word out. Have conversations. Let the people decide. More conversation, please. I'm going to instantly oppose you if you tell me I'm not allowed to discuss a topic. Like when I was censored from talking about the lab release, the potentially intentional lab release from Wuhan, China. That was censored out. That was edited out. Well, excuse me, because it is reality. More conversation, the better. And if you don't like what people have to say, there you go. Now you know. All right. This is, I suppose, the top story of the day. Toria Brooks saying President Trump calls on House Republicans to release the Epstein files. There we go. From President Trump's Truth Social. As I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. And it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein, are looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, etc., and the relationship to Epstein. And the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that the Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability, where we are winning big. Our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing, bringing down prices for the American people, delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investment into America, a record, the rebuilding of our military, securing our border, deporting criminal illegal aliens, ending men and women's sports, stopping transgender for everyone, and so much more. Nobody cared about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive, and if Democrats had anything, they would have released it before our landslide election victory. Some members of the Republican Party are being used, and we can't let that happen. Let's start, and that's Massey, and that's Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's several that he's referencing there. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Make America great again. Toria Brooks says, North Carolina, at least 81 illegal migrants were arrested this weekend by federal agents in Charlotte during Operation Charlotte's Web. President Trump said on the 16th, yesterday, wacky Marjorie Traitor Brown. Remember, green turns to brown where there is rot involved. It's a bit of a stretch there on the nickname. Is working overtime to try and portray herself as a victim, when in actuality she is the cause of all her own problems. The fact is, nobody cares about this traitor to our country. U.S. Army veteran says, let me get this straight. Trump comes out on national TV saying Tucker Carlson can interview anyone he wants, including Nick Fuentes, but then attacks Marjorie Taylor Greene for being interviewed by anyone she wants? Will not compute with some. It's just getting a little ugly and sloppy out there, people. President Trump taken by surprise in this interview.
You're obviously a really good dad. Your children really like you, which is obvious, and
or love
you. But everybody loves their
They like you very much, or love
parents, but they don't all like their parents.
That's true.
When they're adults, and they clearly have so much respect and warmth towards you. And I often think, watching you, that actually being a good president is a bit like being a good father.
Yeah.
Tough love, clear boundaries, in the interests of the people that you're looking after. Does it ever occur to you how much the role is like being a father, being a president?
I've never thought of it that way. I can't believe I'm getting a question I've never thought of or never been asked before.
That's a nice compliment. Well said.
If you think about it, I love this country. I love the people of the country. But people do say, what do you recommend for growing your children? And I've seen so many children. I've seen so many brilliant children of brilliant people go bad and become tremendous failures. And I find that so much of it's caused by drugs, alcohol. I always would say to my kids, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. Ivanka said to me, she said, Dad, you're driving me crazy. Stop saying that. I'd say it all the time. Whenever I see him, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. So I think it worked, but who knows?
Yeah.
You know, you never know.
You're obviously a really good dad. Your children really like.
Why did I think that he was talking about Donald Trump Jr. in that moment? You think they didn't start all that stuff? I don't know. Good question. It kind of took him in another direction. I enjoyed that interaction. Okay, yeah, this is the Epstein trap. Is this music? Yep, can't play it, so let's watch this. DHS just released this video, according to Nick Sorter, of ICE and Border Patrol taking Charlotte by storm. Massive convoys of agents have descended upon the Blue City and arrests are already underway. Keep pushing, DHS. We need millions and millions of deportations. Matt Van Swole says, send them into every city in North Carolina. Bring them all here. Arrest every single illegal. Send them home. And that's part of the point here. The CBP One app has been turned into CBP Home. They will send you back to where you came from. You're not in here legally. And if you go out that way, it would be cheaper to send you for you to self-identify, to meet at a location, transportation, then you get your plane or your bus, and then you get to go back. And if you do it, you raise your hand and go, hey, I'd like to come back here. Like I'm here to work. I'm a good guy. You know, can you look at my criminal background? I'm not a problem. I'm one of the good people that would help your country do better. And no, I'm not going to take handouts. I'm not coming here to reach into your pockets and take your shit. Because too many people are oh, hey, we'll give you free stuff if you come on, tell your friend. Now all of a sudden, now you got a caravan, a migrant caravan stretching into Guatemala. That's not good. Hey, they're giving out free shit. Go get it. How do the Democrats have so much to give away? Well, they steal it from regular Americans. Then they lie about taking it. Then they tell you you're racist if you point it out. So, you know, you can never stop it. Well, thank God we're stopping it. Yeah, the smart thing to do is to raise your hand, go to the CBP Home app, say, hey, I'm in from Honduras. I want to be here. I would love to work in construction. There's people that they're hiring. I was told I could come here. I went through the front gate. They said, do your thing. I don't know. I don't want to be in trouble. I didn't do anything wrong. Can I come back in? I think the way to do that is to not to just put your head down and pretend you're not here. Raise your hand and say, hey, I'd like to come back. You know, I'm not hurting anybody here. I'm improving the country. I'd love to. Kenneth, free flight with beverage and peanuts too. No, not in 2025. Too many peanut allergies. Maybe pretzels. Gluten allergies. Anyway. Benny Johnson talking about Bill Maher here in this clip where he lays out exactly what happens when people trade capitalism for crapitalism, a.k.a. socialism. I added that. That's kind of funny.
Here's capitalist South Korea at night from space. Here's socialist North Korea. Yeah. In 1990, Venezuela was wealthier than Poland. But then Poland, finally free of Soviet-style economics, went all in on capitalism. And now their economy is as big as Japan. And people there have high wages, low inflation, cars, vacations, homes. Meanwhile, Venezuela traded capitalism for Hugo Chavez's socialism for the 21st century, which turned out to be like socialism in the last century, or any century, a fucking mess.
That was aggressive clapping. I wonder if that was the show producer, because he wasn't getting laughs in these middle. Like, those were like little laugh points. Crowd silent, like, wait a minute. This guy sounds like a Trump MAGA person. No, he sounds like a normal person pointing out reality. It's okay to have frustrations. It's not okay to become a socialist, a Marxist, a Leninist, and just try to steal from your neighbors. And wreck the entire country, freedoms and liberties in the process, because that's what always happens.
It turned one of Latin America's richest countries into one of its poorest. Low wages, high inflation, shortages, outages, 8 million people fleeing. If you think New York can somehow reinvent this wheel, you're in for a rude awakening. Zoran can't make your wishes come true. You're thinking of Zoltar.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke. I like that. I'm telling you, folks, it takes a lot of joke writing. Doesn't have to take long. But I would love to do monologues like these guys do. Bill Maher doesn't hit 100%. Nobody does. In baseball, you hit 3 out of 10, you're in the Hall of Fame. But I would love to write jokes like that and just knock out. It takes a lot of show preparation. You spend more time preparing, 3 times more time preparing. But that's where you have a staff. He's got a writing room of 20 people. You know, like that's what you get. That's good. No, that's Zoltar.
Here's capital.
Okay, that Zoltar joke actually slapped. Yeah. David was saying Trump's acting weird lately, and the Black Spider-Man here says, wow, Bill is making sense these days. Great to see. Yeah, so Trump's acting funny and Bill Maher's acting normal. Okay, this is FBI agent John Guandolo following up on what the Bannon War Room show was talking about what Islam intends to do and whether we pay attention to that or not. Take a listen.
The entire purpose of Islam, according to all Islamic doctrine, is to ensure that there is an Islamic state throughout the entire world called a caliphate, and under that, Sharia or Islamic law is the law of the land. That's it. Islam is no more complicated than that. Islam breaks the entire world into 2 parts. The Dar al-Islam, where Sharia is the law of the land, and the Dar al-Harb, the house or abode of war, where there is not Sharia as the law of the land. The function of Islam is to eliminate the Dar al-Harb until the entire world is a Dar al-Islam. And the vehicle to do that is called what? Jihad, which in 100% of all published Islamic law is only defined as warfare against non-Muslims. So let's just put that on the line. And so we're
warfare against people that don't want to join your cult, because everything's a cult to someone who's on the outside of it. So I think it's fair to say it. But yeah, I'm a Cleveland Browns fan, but I'm not going to force you to like and root for my team, or else I'm going to end you. That's insanity. That's madness. No, you don't tolerate. Those are not football fans. Those are football fanatics. I know fan is short for fanatic, but like literal fanatic.
Here talking national security issues. We have people here that are running for the office of President of the United States, and we have to begin there. And what I would put forth is that since, and actually prior to, but since 9/11, our entire national security apparatus has been unprofessional in its approach to this war, from the 4-star generals to the office of the president, to the national security staff, to the leaders of DHS when it was created, the FBI, the CIA, and other agencies. Because we have said this has nothing to do with Islam, despite the fact that our warfighting doctrine says when you analyze an enemy, you start with who he says he is and why he's fighting. And 100% of this enemy that we're facing, from the jihadi in Chattanooga to the 9/11 hijackers and everybody before and in between, have all said we're Muslims waging jihad in the cause of Allah in order to impose Islamic law and establish caliphate, period. So that's what it is. And if we look in Islamic law, authoritative Islamic law, the kind you get at mosque bookstores, not at Barnes & Noble, you will see that 100% of them say that jihad is warfare against non-Muslims. And it's total warfare. It's not just guns and bombs. It's psychological warfare. It is political warfare. It's subversion. It is the whole 9 yards.
Suppression of speech.
It's total warfare, something that our DOD has not been practicing. I would say you'd have to go back towards Reagan administration and maybe even beyond that. Complete and total war against the entire purpose of Islam, according to all Islamic doctrine, is to...
I think that's the reset there.
...to ensure that there is an Islamic state throughout the entire world called a caliphate. And
that's the game plan, global invasion. Barack Hussein Obama has been orchestrating this for 20 years, flooding sovereign nations with non-citizens.
And under that, Sharia or Islamic law is the law of the land. That's it. Islam is no more complicated than that. Islam breaks the entire world into two parts. The Dar al-Islam.
All right. That's where we find ourselves. All right, here's a 2015 clip of Trump resurfacing where he exposes Epstein Island years before it was uncovered.
You raised the question.
Look at that haircut from Trump. Whoa. Gotta say the haircut's improved. Oof.
Of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So,
the Clintons are friends
and he's
of
been
yours,
there
right?
for many times.
The Clintons are friends
well,
of
I
yours.
can't say friends, but I know
You're
them.
friendly. You know them.
They play at my clubs a lot. I have clubs, and everybody likes to play
Are you
at my
saying
clubs.
there's a political problem for her if she runs for president?
It could be a political problem. Look, he could be a political problem. Right now, he's Teflon, and right now, maybe not. But he could end up being a political
Well, that's one question. You raised the question of Jeffrey.
5D chess. We shall see. All right. You took Charlie away, so I'm going to listen to everything Candace has to say. You took Charlie away, so now Nick Fuentes is being heard everywhere. Okay.
Your very good friend Candace Owens has been putting out some pretty wacko stuff, I would say, would be my opinion, on the death of Charlie. It's not helpful, is it, that, you know, at that time of incredible national upheaval, and obviously personal and familial family tragedy, to have someone like that picking apart the argument and suggesting that there are darker forces at play here that the US government have a hand in covering up. It just, can you see why people get upset by that and would like you perhaps to sort of distance yourself from that sort of thing?
Pretty funny. So am I?
I got to get a compilation of Tucker laughs and like learn them all.
Going to attack Candace Owens because you?
I'm not asking you to attack. I'm not asking you to attack her.
I'm not going to do that, Harry.
No,
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt as a foreigner of not understanding our politics. But the whole ritual of, you know, this person said something I don't like. In order to be a good person, you must denounce this person. Obviously, I would die before I played along with that.
And it's so stupid. I don't play that game either, and you all need to reject that shit. It is such a backhanded trick that's played. Kenneth, that guy looks like an aging British rock star. Wait, who looks? Oh, Trump looks like an aging British rock star. Mine goes to 11.
I don't know anyone who's saying that who has the moral authority to compel me.
Your very good friend Candace.
That's how you properly handle cancel culture. Laugh in its face. Well done. Not sure if this is an accurate quote by Kevin Sorbo, because I don't believe any quotes anymore. But never forget that they wanted proof of vaccination to travel, but not proof of ID to vote. In fact, they make it illegal to look at your ID in California, which nothing is more cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs than making it illegal to prove who you are to make the most important decision for all of government. And we not only do we not want to know, we're going to go out of our way to make sure that we didn't know. That is crazy. And we're allowed to use the word crazy. No, it's just common sense deprived peoples. No, it's fucking crazy. I have a psychology degree. I volunteered at crisis centers. I'm aware of mental illnesses. Crazy is a thing. If you're crazy, call it crazy. That's mean. Is it accurate? I would say it's accurate. It is suicidal craziness to make it illegal to check IDs before you give somebody a ballot to make the most important financial decisions and strategic positions, policy choices, positions, and decisions for your nation, for your state. It's crazy. We're allowed to say it. Kenneth says he could help writing jokes. So, yes, I'm in. So how do we do it? How could we write a monologue? And how could we do it in a way like I don't know how to say how to do it because I've never done it. So I'm open to suggestions and brainstorming. Very open to brainstorming. I would love to start the show off with a 5 or 10 minute monologue and have all the jokes written out, and I could like actually see them and try to deliver them in a funny way. Maybe have some images pulled up that I could snap to. It's tough when you got to be the performer, you got to be the writer, you got to be the editor, you got to be the producer, you got to be the engineer. You have to be, all the things at once. It's not impossible, but I would just have to figure that out. We could figure that out. All right, here's Thomas Massey warning the GOP.
I already had a couple Republicans tell my office privately that they're going to vote for it, and I think that could snowball. The deal for Republicans on this vote is that Trump will protect you if you vote the wrong way. In other words, if you vote to cover up for pedophiles, you've got cover in a Republican primary. But I would remind my colleagues that this vote is going to be on your record for longer than Trump is going to be president. And what are you going to do in 2028 and 2030 when you're in a debate, either with a Republican or a Democrat, and they say, how can we trust you? You covered up for a pedophile back in 2025. I've already had a couple Republicans tell my office privately that they're going
to. Community note, Thomas Massey is not suicidal or suffering from any illness. I'll never forgive Trump and MAGA for making me agree with Massey. Yeah, I don't know. I am so eager for this story to be done. I'm tired of covering it every day. And you sort of get back to square one, nothing explained, nothing revealed. And for what reason? Who are we protecting? Bill Clinton? Donald Trump? Israel? What is it about? Prince Harry, the royal family, Bill Gates. You could throw names out for days. It's Schrodinger's list. They're both on and not on the list. There is no list. It just feels like we're in a cuckoo clock Groundhog Day. Cuckoo clock Groundhog Day. All right. Jack Posobiec with a warning to the grand old party. You keep talking GDP. Well, who cares?
We have to stop confusing the GDP for economic conditions. We have to stop confusing the stock market for cost of living. They're not the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing. And the cost of living is tough right now. Oh, there's a good reason to mention that we have our tip jar at the bottom of the screen. Rumble rants and super chats, by the way. David says we need to see the system come down. I want to see the worst of the system come down, yes. I think the Democrats, the Marxists, the socialists, the Leninists, I think they want to, they don't know how to build, so they just destroy. It's easy to see something, go, I don't like it, smash. Whether it's ripping a statue down or any sort of common sense policy. Oh, well, we don't like the policy of there's too much incarceration, so let's stop keeping people behind bars. Huh? How about let's execute the worst of them, change the penalties, harm a woman, harm a kid in that most disgusting of ways. That should be capital punishment terms. Florida's getting it right. And start expanding how many people could qualify under those terms. You need to end some people that forfeit their right to life, liberty, and happiness on this earth. If they're going to harm a woman or child like that, you're just a monster. That's why pencils have erasers. And we need to incarcerate more of the bad people. I got a story in North Carolina. Should make you ill. Will make you ill when I get to it. But yeah, David saying, I don't understand why I think you meant Thomas Massey's doing or saying anything that he's saying. Or do you mean Trump? Or both? I mean, I don't know. These stories every day are running my brain into oblivion. Yeah, I'd Hulk smash. No, I just made a Hulk joke yesterday. With the 35 trillion debt, we are all fooling ourselves. But yeah, nobody's being fooled by the rising price of everything, and it's getting tougher and tougher and tougher to get by, you know?
They're just not.
And don't talk to me about the stock market or the S&P 500. Talk about the mortgage, talk about the interest rate, talk about gas, talk about health insurance, talk about car insurance, talk about renters insurance, talk about homeowners insurance, talk about a decent used vehicle, you know, a lightly used vehicle. Talk about replacement parts for the said vehicle when you need to make repairs. Talk about veterinary bills. I'm going through the list in my head. Like, what are the things like on a monthly, like where do expenses come in? People don't want to hear about the S&P 500. Oh, the Dow Jones. Great. How does that change? When's the last time I got am I getting a 20% raise? A 40% raise to keep up with inflation? Did I make 50% more this year? Just to break even? You know. Yes, you were saying about Thomas Massey. You don't understand why he's saying what he's saying. Yeah, that's true. No vibes, man. Kenneth pointing out the rising price of Viagra. Swing. You got to add the swing.
And in fact, they probably never. By the way, the GDP doesn't even really exist. It's a theory. It's like an economic model, the same way that we had climate models. That doesn't always necessarily mean that it works out. So when you take all that into consideration, Rich, and this is something, by the way, Charlie talked about this all the time, especially with Gen Z. He talked about the debt bubbles. He talked about people taking out these micro loans, buy now, pay later, all this stuff, just to get food, just to get DoorDash, just to get Uber Eats. This is not a way to live. And you wonder why these people are so upset at the system. Talk to me about the economic.
When the kids have no hope, it is dangerous. They'll follow any toxic leader.
I'm excited of this.
People need to start thinking about this as the people's perceptions of their conditions in life, right? I mean, it's funny because you used to had leaders like George Bush talk about the human condition all around the world, except for in the United States. For once, people want their leaders to care about their conditions, Jack, which is why when we ask about our most important issues, we do a ranked distribution, which in my opinion is far superior than asking people what their singular most important issue is. When we do a ranked distribution, cost of living is running away with it. And economy and jobs is number 2, but it's amazing how much of a distant number 2 it is. Number 3, by the way, is healthcare. So all the top three issues are about the conditions of the economic conditions that people feel like they're living in, right? And while it is important, yes, that inflation hit a high of 0.2 under Biden, and it has since cooled under Donald Trump. That's absolutely true. It's the other things are, in their lives, healthcare costs, premiums, prescription drugs, their rents, right? How much it costs to lease or buy a vehicle if they're even able to do that. Have far outpaced the wages that they're bringing in. A voter told us the other day, and I know it's not exactly right, but this is a voter of leisure and hospitality, voted for Trump, young voter in Clark County in Nevada. What people don't really know that is, that's Vegas. And, the tax on tips rule, is convoluted with the IRS. So they'll wind up just taking a standard deduction and that's it. And they won't even deal with, how whether or not that policy can impact, that can benefit them. So we need to, look at this more. GDP, like you said, it's totally useless to the average voter what GDP is. And the methodology has been changed so often. Obama changed it to include his friends in Hollywood. They're going to get a motion picture in the next year or so. Okay, throw that in GDP. Well, how does that help the average worker in Clark County, Florida? Clark County, Nevada. How does that help the average worker in, Lackawanna, Pennsylvania, right? It doesn't. They don't care about that. This is about how they feel, their life their overall lives condition. And we actually asked that in our economic confidence index, business conditions, employment conditions, right? Income. Do you feel like in the next 6 months, your total family income is going to meet, the requirements of your economic conditions?
And meeting the requirements, that's one thing if you break even, but there also needs to be the building, the investment, there's the rainy day fund, and then there's the retirement fund. Some people do the 9 to 5, 40-hour week thing. Some people don't. So what does a real monthly nut, that's what they call it, meeting the nut, break-even point? How many people are struggling? You see those reports about people don't have savings. They don't have, they're one vehicle repair away from financial ruin. What is the plan to help Americans get healthy, financially fit?
And that will tell you a whole lot more. And honestly, that index plunged last month in October. It's not the lowest it's ever been, but it's the lowest it's been in Trump's second term. And it's sad to watch this because after Donald Trump was elected, it hit an all-time high after being completely stagnant under Joe Biden. So, it's a very real thing. And people, there's been a lot of people out there dismissive of this stuff and pointing to traditional indicators that you're pointing at. And it doesn't matter. None of that matters. This is about perception. And honestly, reality takes a while to change perceptions. We know this. There's a lot of there's a lot of research on this. You could have a low CPI, 3 months in a row, and it's going to take time for that to sink in and for people's views to change. And by the way, this was, again, I'm pointing this out for a reason. This was an electorally fatal mistake that Democrats made in the Obama and the Biden years. They would point to this and they would say, look, we created this many jobs. You just don't realize how good things are going. And they would ignore the conditions that people felt they were in and perception, the optics of it all. And honestly, Mark Penn, he's a Democratic pollster. He has this saying, he's been saying this for a long time. You can continue with that, but reality always wins. And the fact is Republicans have to confront the reality because it will win and they will lose.
We have to.
All right. Pretty good segment. I like that. David, and I know they're doing a lot of things and everything takes time. Yes, it does. Things do take time. Most of us don't want to continue with the way things are. Yeah, it's unsustainable. It's a collision course with catastrophe. That's a good phrase. Collision course with catastrophe. It's a catastrophe collision course. Thanksgiving is coming. David, what are you doing for Canadian Thanksgiving? When is Canadian Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving is coming. Christmas is coming. Who has more money today than they used to? Great question. All this shit's useless unless they take the system down. If all who have the trillions or billions in America really wanted to do something for their country, they could have already. Thanks, Kenneth. Now I'm saying, working 9 to 5 just to look at Dolly's goodies. Working 9 to 5. You now have a copyright claim from your YouTube account because they won't let you monetize because they hate you. Actually, I think, let me click and see. Okay, we only have one. One show is in escrow while I'm disputing a copyright claim. The rest are monetized. I do need to go through and do like a bunch more of the monetization stuff, though. I need to go back and do that. I don't have time for an office day because I got all this other stuff going on. But I need to do an office day. Oh, Canadian Thanksgiving is done. When was that? It's already done? Okay. All right, Gentry Geevers here says 48 mosques. In the last 2 years, 38 Muslims won their election a couple weeks ago. The Muslims are taking over, Gentry Geevers says. All over Texas. There's no sound to this video, allegedly. There's your photographic air quote evidence, if this is accurate. All right. That's Texas. Graham Allen shares this and says, Officer Wilmer Guerrero. If you're in the legacy media, you have to say that. Wilmer Guerrero. You could say Wilmer Guerrero. They're both fine. I was once accosted for speaking Spanish because I didn't do it good enough. It was one of the wackiest moments of my life. Never had somebody get mad at me for trying to speak another language. Oh, that was a wild encounter. Anyway, Officer Wilmer Guerrero is a hero. Here he is jumping into freezing Harlem River to save a 16-year-old girl who tried to end herself. God bless our boys in blue. When is this from? 11/11/25.
Can you swim? Can you swim?
Okay, 10-4. Just to be advised, we have one MOS in the water. Okay,
you good?
One MOS in the water. You said by the rocks, right? By the rocks? By a bike path? Central. It looks like the MOS got her.
Yeah, the Central, be advised. MOS got her. We're taking her out of the water now.
Okay, 10-4. You could be advised they're pulling her out of the water right now.
Yeah, let's get EMS to those locations.
Okay, 10-4.
I got you. Here, take my hand. Take my hand. You good? Help her up. Help her up.
Okay.
Can you swim? Can you swim?
All right. Well, that was good. Prayers to everyone involved. Good job. Curious to get some backstory on the situation, but glad that person was saved. They wanted to be saved. Three charges in a Georgia election interference case have been dismissed by a judge. This is from Just the News. This is John Solomon on Real America's Voice.
On another front, just a few moments ago, the judge overseeing President Trump's Georgia election interference case. The president's been charged with lots of crimes in that case. It's all on hold because he's president. The president has immunity. But the judge today dismissed three of the charges from that Fani Willis prosecution. Meanwhile, a new prosecutor has been named there as well. So that case is getting a new look and a new thing. I would not be surprised if in a few months you see prosecutors go to the judge and say, I want to reverse this case. But we'll see where that has. But meanwhile, the judge dismissed three charges in the case today, a sign that maybe more is added. On another front.
All right. So the judge overseeing President Trump's Georgia election interference case dismissed 3 of the charges from the Fannie Willis prosecution. More like phony Willis. Yeah, that's good. Gotta heart that comment. Yeah, these people need to lose their what do you call it? Not a license. Well, yeah, you have a license to practice law. They need to be stripped of their bar exam, their license, their accreditation, however you want to phrase it. There have to be repercussions. This right here, a major update. This is an interview of Sean Ryan and Charlie Kirk's head of security. Take a listen to this chat.
We have concerns.
Brian Harpel, decorated law enforcement veteran and private security contractor, according to Ore Affin, private security contractor, breaks his silence on the Charlie Kirk assassination in this explosive interview of the Sean Ryan show. Is the head of Kirk's security detail on the day of the attack. Harpel offers an unfiltered inside account of what happened before, during, and after the tragedy.
With rooftops. We know what our responsibility is. We know what our statutory authority is. We know that we can't go up and set up our guys in sniper observer positions. It's not going to be allowed. And so we have some correspondence with the chief of the school. Why he won't stand up like a man and admit this, I don't know. But he's watching a bunch of men lose their careers. And he's okay with it. On Monday before, this correspondence went to Chief Long. Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group. There is a student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at the Utah Valley. The Sorensen Center has a couple of staircases that go up to.
So look, if this is accurate, I mean, they're clearly taking the job seriously, but they clearly didn't do the job either.
Walkways on the roofs. And so he comes back and he says, you want access to the roof. And came back and said, I was told students have access above us. If this is true, it would be nice to either have it controlled access or allow one of my guys to be there as well, if possible. He comes back, and his last correspondence was, I got you covered. What else am I to do? When a command level person from an accredited police department says, I've got this area. Jeez. Have you been in who is that? That was the chief of police for the UVU police department. We've called him. He's never called us back.
Holy sh... Does he have a name?
Chief Long.
So literally all they had to do is post anybody at that stairwell.
Stairwell roof.
Or put a drone up. Or
let us.
Let you do your job.
Or let us. We have concerns with rooftops. We know what our responsibility is. We know what our statutory authority is. We know that we can't go up and set up our guys in sniper observer positions. It's not going to be allowed. And so we have some correspondence with the chief of the school. Why he won't stand up like a man and admit this, I don't know. But he's watching a bunch of men lose their careers. And he's okay with it. On Monday before, this correspondence went to Chief Long. Hello, Chief Long.
Okay, this did reset here. What's the latest? What's the latest on the Kirk story? What do you think is most likely? Tucker recently came out with information, and we'll get to that in our X feed. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe, however you're watching the show. Send it out on Facebook, send it out on text message, send it out on X. Tell your friends, invite them in. Find new friends, invite them in. Well, What else? I was going to say something else. Oh, yeah. Tip jar as well. Venmo, Cash App, and Rumble Rants and Super Chats for anyone interested. All right, here's Alex Jones with a dire warning about this Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, MAGA fallout. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I don't like when you're on the wrong side of Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't like being on the wrong side of that. That's usually a pretty principled side of things. Naive, idealistic, non-pragmatic sometimes, yes. Libertarians and libertarian-leaning people can be insufferable, in my opinion. They have to play pompous, high and mighty, and pristine and perfect. But the reality of making sausage or fighting in the trenches in World War I, sometimes, that conflict it's brutal. I'm not advocating playing outside of the rules. I am advocating for a little bit of identifying sometimes that if you don't back the team that you're on, you're going to lose the game. Failure to support something that you're not a big fan of is oftentimes a vote for supporting something even way worse than that, 100 times worse than that. Sometimes, what did South Park do? I think it was Al Gore and George W. Bush, where they said it was like the difference voting on a turd or a giant douche or a turd sandwich. Maybe it was John Kerry and President Trump. Maybe it was Obama and McCain. I don't recall. But I just get frustrated when libertarians, I will not sink to a level to vote for something like that. That does not meet my libertarian principles. Not small L, but big L. And here's the thing. If giving the Democrats a win is 100 times worse than the thing that you don't even like, you see a lot of problems with it. Don't you want a seat at the table to try to steer that in your direction instead of let it get 10 times worse by backing the Dems? No, it's not backing the Dems. If the Republicans want their support, then by golly, they need to put libertarian things out there that meet the strictest of purity tests. Okay. Well, would you like grass-fed beef if it's not organic? Well, no, it must be organic and grass-fed. Okay. Do you want Beyond Meat or Spam instead? Well, no, it must be organic. Organic isn't an option. You ever go to a grocery store and they don't have the right kind of eggs, but you need eggs, so you get the best that they have available at the moment? That's what libertarians never fucking understand. Not that they never understand. Let's be fair. Oftentimes, they just, nope, I only purchase the finest farm-raised. It cannot be cage-free. Cage-free is still contained. It must be pasture-raised. You fool! I'm a libertarian. You must believe in me. You must bow down to my intellectual and moral prowess. I know all of the definitions for all the things, and if you cannot deliver the perfect eggs, you get no eggs. No eggs for you. Ugh. It frustrates me to no end. Man, bear, pig. Yes. Man, bear, pig. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, we've been jerked around. All right, but listen, here's Alex going to put some insight into the alleged MAGA rift.
The situation between President Trump and MTG is very, very dangerous.
It is?
It's not just isolated to Trump being mad at her for her disagreeing with him on some issues.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back to Elon Musk being driven out of the administration and Doge getting partially derailed. All the polls, all the numbers showed that killed that massive wave coming in. Trump had the highest approval rating he's ever had. People loved it. Now he's figured out that was wrong. He's bringing Musk back and has given him the head of NASA and the rest of it. But we need Musk completely back. We have to have a big tent in our populist, conservative, nationalist, common sense coalition. We don't need to be at war with Thomas Massie or MTG or any of these people.
Correct.
Or Senator Rand Paul. Yes, they vote their conscience like Ron Paul did.
Vote their conscience. It's pragmatic. You got to be pragmatic. You got to sometimes say, look, if you pull the lever this way, the train runs over 100 people. If you pull the lever that way, it goes over 10 people. Well, I shall pull no such things, because one person, even one person, ran over the train tracks by that train is too much. I am a libertarian, the smartest human on earth. Bow down before me. I'm libertarian. My farts don't smell. Another South Park reference to the George Clooney electric vehicle show. Hilarious. And you go, no, libertarian. Train, it is a-coming. It's coming around the bend. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Left or right? Flip the switch. Well, no, because 100 is too much. Right, then click a 10. Well, I can't click 10 because that's more than 0. Well, then it's 100. If you don't switch it to 10, it's going to be 100. Well, I shall never flip a switch that's outside of my moral compass. Yeah, splat. That's what MTG, Ron Paul, Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, some of my more intelligent, well-meaning friends, they have zero situational awareness of pragmatism. And it's sad. When the Democrats have really just turned into a domestic terrorist organization, and they have to be dismantled, destroyed politically, removed from positions of power, held criminally liable for their obvious crimes, can we please stay focused and not focus on an internal civil war? But this was not up to my liking. I get it. I got it. Focus here. But I will not focus. I'm going to take out Trump. Well, now you're turning into a political enemy and a liability. You're sort of doing this to yourself. Can we maybe set it aside? Not that we're done with it forever, but can we move on to these other 10 things first? Because it's triage. If you don't twist the tourniquet on these 10 things, this doesn't even matter. This shit is more pressing. It's more time sensitive, and it might be out of order. Give it a second. And it becomes unbearable, insufferable. I'm a Thomas Massie fan. Thomas Massie's a fan of us. He follows our show. That day I got the notification, like, Thomas Massie has followed you on X. I'm like, oh? But I call it like I see it. I love that Alex Jones is the voice of reason, by the way.
Ron Paul really built, along with myself and many others, the modern launch pad that Trump came in on.
And by the way, I respect MTG, Massie, Trump, MTG, Massie, Paul. The libertarians are a great guiding light, but occasionally block the Democrats from something they're trying to do. Hold your nose and cast a vote occasionally. Well, if I do it once, I'll do it all the time.
I agree with 95% of what Trump does. But when I criticize him on issues I think are wrong, like saying Epstein's a hoax, no, you being involved is a hoax, now you say, oh no, the Democrats are involved, investigate them. Well, damn right. So when I saw Trump wrong on that, I said, that's wrong. Oh, my constituents aren't my constituents. If you think Epstein thing is real, you're not MAGA. He lost like 6, 7, 8 points, according to all the top pollsters that I trust have been deadly accurate, like Mark Mitchell over at Rasmussen off that. And he kind of built it back, and now he's doing it again. I need Trump to succeed. If you actually watch MTG in these interviews, she says she loves Trump and he's the best, and she agrees with almost everything he's doing except this, and that, because she's got constituents and she's allowed to have her views, and we're not in a cult. Instead, he said really mean things about her.
And you're calling her a traitor. The penalty for treason is the ultimate penalty. Oh, Laura Loomer, I can't believe Marjorie Taylor Greene's trying to say that Trump's violence against her. Yeah, when you call someone a traitor to the country, yeah, you get the penalty for that is the ultimate penalty. I don't casually toss around what Clinton, Obama, Biden were up to, calling them traitors. I absolutely mean it. multiple coup attempts, the Fedsurrection, what they did during COVID to block our access to potentially life-saving opportunities. Like, there's no forgiveness on. I am very well aware of when I use the T word, what the ramifications are. So yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene has every right to be upset by that and to call it out is like, you're kind of putting a target on my back, man. Call me a traitor. Traitors get taken out. It's end or be ended. That's what it is. Push out the invaders or bow down and hold your ankles. You've been conquered. So it's a game that I don't like Trump participating in this way. I don't like it at all. I don't like him trying to primary Massey or MTG at all. And how much of that has to do with Israel? They're very outspoken in these regards. Outspoken in saying, we don't like the amount of influence from outside forces. They're allowed to have that opinion, and it doesn't make them phobic or anti this or that. They got every right. Every right.
And now people are trying to say, choose a side, choose a side. This is hurting Trump. It's hurting America. It's hurting MAGA. And we should have people that are able to go on all the other shows like Bill Maher and other programs and talk about things that they think are right Trump's doing and bad things. Because, again, we're not in a cult. Bill Maher now goes and has dinner with Trump and says he's better than the Democrats. And now a lot of them have turned on him. We're winning hearts and minds, not just here, but around the world. Globalism is in trouble. Populism is rising. And Trump did not build the wave he came in on. He rode in on it, and he did a great job, and he was a perfect catalyst for it. But now he's starting to behave like he's not worried about his original constituents because he's not facing re-election. This could really taint MAGA into the future. It could really hurt J.D. Vance and his great shot at beating Newsom. I'm really thinking about winning here. I have some of the America Firsters, and I see myself as that. I was saying that, calling myself America First 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Mad saying, oh, you're not holding Trump's feet to the fire enough. Then I've got people that want to be in like a MAGA cult saying, oh, no, you don't question anything out of his administration. It's crazy. MTG is a great lady, a good friend of mine. Her husband with Right Side Broadcasting was the only major media operation that didn't turn on Trump when they stole the election from him. He stuck with Trump. Now they're demonizing him for no reason. Not Trump, but some of his people. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely nuts, ladies and gentlemen. The target is AOC and Mondami and Schumer and the globalists and Keir Starmer and the EU and Ursula von der Leyen and all this tyranny we face. Let's come together. Everybody wanted to pick a side, Musk or Trump. I said, don't pick a side. But we should be nice to Musk and try to keep him in there and defend him from the neocons and others that want him out because they wanted the power over Trump. And I was right. So if you guys want to lose the midterms, keep celebrating attacking MTG and keep celebrating like you're in high school and you're picking the cool kid and who the captain of the football team is going to be. That's not how this works. God bless you all. We'll be live today at 4 p.m. Central out of the legendary InfoWars studios with all the analysis and breaking news. Mexico is in total revolt against their narco-terrorist state, allied with BlackRock, the globalists, and the Chi-Coms, just as Trump has been pointing out. Just amazing. A very good chance that the Scheinbaum's government's going to be toppled. We know they steal elections up there. So we'll be covering all that as well today at 4 p.m. Central. Be sure to follow me right here on X at Real Alex Jones. Thank you so much.
The Mexico story is something to pay attention to. And one of my libertarian buddies like, I don't care about Mexico. That has nothing to do with me.
Exit.
I'm like, are you crazy? I said, we share a border. That's like saying my left leg has nothing to do with my body because it's over there.
Also,
I'm like, we share a border with them. Of course it's something we... And the libertarians just, there's a difference. There's multiple people on this thread, and it's like, well, no, it's America first. It's America only. I'm like, that is the most ridiculous libertarian pie in the sky claptrap I've ever heard. There's no such thing as America only. Putting your head in the sand like an ostrich makes no sense. It's not an option. Libertarians advocate for positions that don't exist. And yet it's a lot of libertarians that look at people who have a belief in God in the afterlife. Like they're fools. Oh, that's not an option. We can't prove that. That's a choice that doesn't exist. But then they advocate for this stuff. It's just, shine bomb. More like shine bomb. Kenneth, that salesman that pushed that two-door on me, was that a coup attempt? Yes, that was a coup attempt. Also, with the free-range eggs, that was a coup attempt, a chicken coop. All right, more Epstein document backfire for the Democrats.
We'll learn from other newly released documents that Jeffrey Epstein was communicating with Democrat Representative Stacey Plaskett during a 2019 congressional hearing. That's right, directly with her, while she was questioning Michael Cohen, one of Trump's former attorneys. In fact, the kind of question she asked of Cohen, why was he wielding so much influence over a Democrat member of Congress on the House Oversight Committee that handled the Epstein files in the first place? Why was he feeding her questions? The email that the Democrats wanted you to focus on, though, is this one. Jeffrey Epstein writes, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And then there's a redacted victim, right? Spent hours at my house with him. Sounds incriminating, right? But I'm going to argue quite that it's not. In fact, it's not much of anything. First off, that redacted victim name, as you likely already know, is Virginia Giuffre, who wrote a book on her experiences with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
Bobby Boucher.
And has never accused Donald Trump of wrongdoing. In fact, she actually supported his run for president. And in her book said Trump did nothing wrong in all her interactions with him. Democrats redacted her name because they knew that it would blow apart their story, which, of course, it did. So what does Epstein mean when he said Trump is the dog that hasn't barked? Here's what Epstein expert, a book author, Barry Levine, thinks. Listen.
Well, I think Jeffrey Epstein is referring to the fact that he believes that Donald Trump talked to Michael Ryder, who was the Palm Beach police chief in 2004, and began the first investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. I suspect that Jeffrey Epstein, in his conversation or email with Maxwell, was saying he was 75% there, believing that Trump might have been the whistleblower at the time. Again, you have to remember that particular year, the two men had a falling out, not only over the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was taking young women from his spa at Mar.
Taking women.
Mar-a-Lago for Jeffrey Epstein, but they also had a nasty real estate deal that both men were trying to get.
So did Trump only turn on him because of personal things? Jealousy? You know, there's a lot of insinuation to all this.
So there was bad blood between the two of them.
Bad blood. The two men were not in cahoots. In fact, they were at odds with each other, which is not new information, but the Democrats are just hoping for you to forget that. In case you need a refresher, Trump severed ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2007 after reportedly learning that he was recruiting young women and girls at Mar-a-Lago. One of those, Virginia Giuffre herself. Trump banned Epstein from the property and cooperated with lawyers who represented Epstein's victims. The lawyers have said that he was one of the only ones to cooperate.
And Epstein himself said he was about almost there, like 75% certain it was Trump that was ratting him out.
Everyone else stonewalled them. In fact, here's an attorney for one of the victims, Bradley Edwards. Listen to this.
Classic video.
The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009.
So there it is. Donald Trump lays out the case for them in 2009. Helps out those going after Jeffrey Epstein. It's pretty clear. It was the Trump administration, by the way, that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were actually arrested. If anything, everything points to the conclusion that Donald Trump was an informant helping the prosecution and key to taking down Epstein's vile sex trafficking ring. This hasn't stopped the media and Democrats from trying to prove the opposite, though. Remember when NBC wanted Epstein victims to go out and go after Donald Trump? But instead, here's what they got. Listen.
I do have to ask, and I know...
Yeah, this NBC News exclusive asks, what an interesting, who was the producer of this segment?
It's just something that I think we're compelled to at this moment with the attention on President Trump, with these questions around a pardon. Did anybody see or hear of the president himself doing anything inappropriate as it related to Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
No. A whole room of victims. No is the answer. Also learned from other newly released documents that Jeffrey Epstein was communicating with Democrat Representative Stacey Plaskett during a 2019 congressional hearing. That's right, directly with her.
Huge backfire, so it seems. This is a clip here. This is the system that Elon Musk is using this platform to sell you while you're saying how great AI will be, says David Icke.
Sheng Dan co-developed the system.
This is the Panopticon. This is the surveillance grid. China.
It took less than a year to get the first version up and running. Now she can monitor every resident from this office.
Every resident. They say it's a chilling look inside Shanghai's AI-powered surveillance urban brain system, the blueprint for the social credit grid spanning across China and soon the West. Anyway, check out this whole clip. The noose is tightening. Is that a racist comment? No, man. American Southwest, they use nooses all the time. White on white. Latino on Latino. Nothing to do with skin color. Tell that to the Democrats.
There is
But really, the surveillance grid system it's here. What are we doing about this? What is the proper path forward? I mean, how much of our daily activity needs to be tracked? How much are we going to tolerate? I don't know. A lot of different questions here. Bill Maher with Pat and Oswalt. This is funny.
Definitely a lot of, this country is becoming something we don't recognize anymore. And some of that is valid. I mean, what's going on in England right now is a lot of that. Just a lot of violence, protests, immigration, cities that Andrew Sullivan, for example, says are places that my grandfather would not even recognize anymore as British.
Yes.
It has become Islamicized. The grooming scandal?
No.
See, that's a big story.
This is in the UK.
Yes, that went on from like the 80s to the present. I'm talking about Pakistani men who were immigrants, who were grooming poor, impoverished white girls mostly in these things and making them into prostitutes and sex slaves and like really nasty that would pass for more normal in a traditional Pakistani society where women are not considered equal citizens. And if you don't understand that, and that gender apartheid is the number one issue that you woke people should be concerned with but seem not to be, then right away we're not really seeing the world as the same way. And I think I'm seeing it much more clearly. Gender apartheid should be your number one issue. If you really care about oppression, like a lot. I'm talking about hundreds of millions of the world's women. And it's mostly because of the tenets of Islam, to be perfectly honest about it. And this is what's going on in England. And this is why England is having a big problem these days. Because in the interest of DEI, they are allowing practices that are so illiberal, which is the great irony. This is the least liberal thing you could be, is treating women as a second-class citizen and getting away with it like this. There is definitely a lot.
Patton tried to get in there a few times, but Bill was not finishing his thought. He was not going to stop until he finished his thought. Hey, look, call it. You know, I covered the Cleveland Browns game yesterday. We did a live stream, and you got to give credit to our special teams. We forced a fumble, got a turnover, a takeaway. Really good punt. That should have been down at the 1 yard line. That was a call that got changed it was called incorrectly, then not overturned. But our special teams has been pretty bad all season, and I've been very, very hard, very critical of our special teams performance, rightfully so, because it sucked. But when they do good, you got to be honest about it. You got to call it out for what it is, I think. And that's the way you stay intellectually honest. Call it out for what it is. Patent oddball. A little bit. All right, David Harris Jr. shares this Fox News report discussing Chicago public schools' lavish spending while the kids are, well, I mean, are they even being taught?
At the Chicago public school system. Among the findings, employees at the cash-strapped district spent millions on trips to Las Vegas and even overseas. What is up with this? Mike Tobin is live there in the Windy City. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Dana. The Inspector General took a look at the travel expenses of teachers and principals in the Chicago public school systems and concluded that when the bank accounts were fat with COVID money, the staff ran wild. As you mentioned, trips to Egypt, Finland, Hawaiian resorts, even went on a safari, and there was no oversight to stop them. The amount spent on travel in 2021 was $300,000. It jumped up in 2022 to $3.4 million, doubled in 2023, and kept getting bigger in 2024. The report concludes that more scrutiny was put to whether the expense paperwork was done correctly than whether the expenses were excessive. As a result, more than 90% of the traveling employees went over the allowable limits. Oftentimes, lodging and airfare was double the allowable rate. One of the reasons the trips were not rejected is that they were not asking for approval. Of 15 international trips noted by the Inspector General, 12 were never submitted for approval. And then we start seeing wildlife trips, balloon rides, staff staying extra days for personal reasons, and this in a school district that claims a $700 million budget hole.
Oh my gosh.
We do need more special ed teachers, but if you can think about the fact that $7.7 million in wasted taxpayer money for balloon rides and looking at giraffes and elephants could have gone to hiring 100 of those special ed teachers, these are the questions that we need to be asking.
Upon release of the Inspector General's report, Chicago Public Schools froze all overnight travel with this statement. This measure reflects our continued commitment to responsible financial stewardship and to prioritizing resources that directly support classrooms and students. As far as performance, less than half of 3rd to 8th graders are reading at grade level. Less than a quarter are proficient at math. Dana?
Mike, it sounds like there might be more of this where that came from, unfortunately. Thank you.
What a story.
Expenses at
What a shame. All right, that's what I wanted to share with you on Instagram. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Remember that there are Rumble rants and super chats if you want to throw something in the tip jar. Let's go to our X feed, go to the profile, share this tab instead. And yeah, the Windy Apple. That's a great reference. Another Simpsons reference. The Windy Apple. Is that what Lurleen Lumpkin called it? I'm trying to remember what episode that was from. All right. Eric Daughtry says, just in, the acting head of FEMA, David Richardson, has resigned. Not sure what this means, but let's keep our eyes on it. Should Alejandro Mayorkas face treason charges for diverting FEMA funds to assist illegal alien invaders? I would say so. Tucker lays out kind of the state of humanity at this point, the last X amount of years, and what we've learned, where we've come from.
You don't like what the government's doing to you? Shut up, racist, and you go to jail. They send people to jail. UK, they send people to jail every day.
Nuts.
And not for standing in, Hyde Park and screaming, but for writing it on Facebook. So imagine a government that totally destroys the country, which is criminal behavior, and then criminalizes complaining about it. That's not a legitimate government. That's a tyranny. That's a tyranny. And if that were happening in some widely recognized tyrannical country, East Germany, 1975, where everyone's under surveillance. By the way, I don't think East Germany, 1975, which was famously the most surveilled nation in the history of the world, I don't think they had seatbelt cameras. I don't. No, they didn't. That was too far even for Eric Honecker. He's like, that's old fascist for me. I can't do it. So these countries have become, including my own, have become surveillance states. And the point of that surveillance is not to keep you safe. It's to punish you for noticing what they're doing to your country, actually. That's not the behavior of a legitimate government. And if you think that's like a right-wing point, you've bought the lies. That's not a right-wing point. That's a simple observation about human rights. No privacy, no freedom. Not to mention the endless hectoring. No, it's not your country. I went to buy a pack of cigarettes today. I quit smoking 10 years ago, but I thought, you can kind of judge a country by its cigarettes. Couldn't find them. I went to this tobacco store. I said, this is a tobacco store. You don't have any cigarettes? Oh, there's a really nice Pakistani guy. He's like kind of shaking his head like, I know it's crazy. Opens up this cabinet. And I said, what? That's like, what the hell is on your cigarettes? Like, I don't even want to smoke them looking at that. I was like, you're making me not want to smoke, Mr. Tobacco Store guy. And he goes, I know. And every pack had like a rotted tongue on it or something. And again, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. But I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. If I wanted to, I should be allowed to, right? You can do fentanyl here with the government's help. But you can't smoke a Marlboro without being lectured? Ugh. I did ask how much they cost. It was $60 for a deck of 20. And I said to the guy, I don't want to smoke. And I've never said that in my life. And I know everyone's like, well, smoking's bad. Yeah, of course smoking's bad. Lots of things are bad. But it's not really anyone's business, is it? I guess wearing a seatbelt's a good idea. I mean, I don't, but my kids say it's a good idea. But when they're forcing you to do things for your own good, over time you question, like, is this really for my own good, or are they just softening me up to obey? So when it really comes down to it, when they want to inject me with some creepy compound that hasn't been tested,
it's all connected. And if it's all led up to that point, do you have a right to take a look at it and say, I'm going to question the motivation involved here? I was listening earlier today to Joe Rogan talk with Adam Carolla on the Rogan podcast. And what was the point I was going to make on that? Creepy surveillance, smoking. What was Tucker just saying?
Pushing you to do things for your own good, over time you question, like, is this really for my own good, or are they just softening me up to obey?
Softening you up to obey. Yeah, there was a lot of conversation about COVID and how the media companies came out and like they knew for certain ivermectin was horse paste and it's dangerous. And it's like, you don't know any of this stuff. How in the world could you all in a coordinated manner come out on a day just now we're all experts on this thing and we know that you're wrong? You don't know that. And the fact that you're pretending to know something that's unknowable at this stage, massive red flags to see, wait a minute. They're just seeing how much we're going to go along with. They're seeing just how far they can push this almost. So it was a good chat and I'm still not done with it. They're still talking about it on the podcast. But yeah, we've sort of been groomed to be very suspicious of people that are doing these stunts.
So when it really comes down to it, when they want to inject me with some creepy compound that hasn't been tested, that they'll be able to like shoot me with a rubber bullet if I decline. And I'll be so trained to be obedient that I'll kind of put up with it. And I won't do what I should do, which is stage, like, I don't want to say I don't get arrested. I shouldn't put up with that. Because that is not a free country. That's a tyranny. And you have absolutely no obligation under the most basic precepts of human rights and natural law to put up with that for 1 second. Period. They are the criminals. You are not the criminals. They don't care about your country, which belongs to you. So when they tell you it's not your country.
Well said. That's why they're going after Tucker. One of the reasons. All right, Jack Posobiec here says, new account linked to Thomas Matthew Crooks shows a furry fetish and transgender ideology. Miranda Devine, FBI Secret Service butchered the Thomas Crooks case and invited conspiracies. We deserve the truth. We are all owed a better explanation from the FBI and Secret Service about the attempted assassination of Donald Trump 16 months ago at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. President himself remains unsatisfied with the answers he's been given about the circumstances leading to 20-year-old Thomas Crooks climbing on a rooftop with an AR-15 style rifle and firing 8 times at Trump, narrowly missing his head, but hitting his ear. I mean, the ear's on the head, and you can say that's a head, but, you know. This is Thomas Crooks playing with a gun in his bedroom. Clips are one of the limited insight. Let me go full screen. Let me go full screen here. Oh, we switched the page is what happened. So many pop-up ads. There we go. These clips are one of the limited insights into Crooks and his possible motives into trying to take out Trump. Then FBI Director Chris Wray told Congress after the July 13, 2024 attack that the Bureau had found nothing in Crooks' online history that pointed to a motive or any political ideology. President demanded answers months ago. They say that was him up there on the roof. Official narrative claims Crooks acted alone and without a clear motive, ideology, or digital footprint. Crooks' trajectory from pro to anti-Trump is evident. Crooks was taken out by a Secret Service sniper. Requests for information from the FBI have been rebuffed, including Under Director Kash Patel. Crooks appears to have been interested in furries and exploring gender identity. It's hard to believe the FBI or Secret Service missed Crooks. The guy took out Corey Comparatore and seriously wounded David Dutch and James Copenhaver, who were sitting in the bleachers behind Trump. So 17 accounts uncovered by one source were YouTube, Snapchat, Venmo, Zelle, GroupMe, Discord, Google Play, Quizlet, Chess, and Quora. Thanks to an enterprising source who uncovered Crooks' hidden digital footprint, we can see that Abate, who's Abate? Paul Abate, Wray's deputy director, Christopher Wray's deputy director, told Congress that comments posted on one of Crooks' social media accounts appear to reflect anti-Semitic, oh my gosh, and anti-immigration themes to espouse political violence and are described as extreme in nature. Who reversed his ideology? Yes, who reversed it? All right, everybody, I'm going to wrap up today's program on the TNAM Daily Show. Thank you all for being here. Muchos gracias. And I'm going to relaunch Strictly Football coming at you real soon here on the TNAM network. Thank you all so much. Take care, everybody. Peace out. See you soon.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.